Muy buenos días. Les solicitamos.
Good morning. Please take your seats so that we can start in just some minutes. So we will first play the security video of the
Atención.
So please, will require your attention.
Bienvenidos a GHL Hotel Tequendama. Por favor, escuche atentamente las indicaciones de seguridad en caso de emergencia.
You will hear an alarm signaling if there's a situation. Also, through speakers, you will be informed that this is an emergency, and therefore we would need to evacuate. After this, we would inform the planned routes. Right now, we are in the Montserrat Salon on the 17th floor. If we need to evacuate, please refer to the exit door. Then you need to walk through the hallway, and on the right-hand side of the lift, you will find the stairs. Take the left, and then you will find the bay on the 26th Street and 13th Avenue. That is the emergency encounter point. The hotel has an emergency plan with 4 brigades of first aid and firefighters. Likewise, all staff is trained to be able to carry out the evacuation plan of the hotel. Therefore, it's important for you to follow instructions from any of our staff members. We also have an autonomous system in case of fire. Also, you will find these different information posters about the evacuation plans, as well as fire hydrants or fire extinguishers. If you need any help, we have medical aid 24/7. If you need any more information, please request this to the hotel staff. Remember that in an emergency, it's important to remain calm, evacuate, avoid running, not using the elevators, and follow instructions. We'd like to suggest that during your stay in our hotel, you should always keep your belongings with you. The hotel is not accountable if it's lost or stolen. Thank you very much for your attention, and we hope that you have a great meeting today.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. The International Center for Transitional Justice, or ICTJ by its acronyms in English, wants to welcome you to this international seminar, Advancing Victim Rights and Rebuilding Just Communities. This event gathers different ICTJ members of Ghana, Uganda, and Tunisia, with Colombian counterparties, to be able to discuss about local strategies to strengthen victims' reparations and how these reparations can contribute to local and national efforts. The ICTJ will present today a new report on this topic. We know that the harm done through human violation rights present great obstacles to really reach peace and sustainable development. Such violations affect the structural reasons for conflict, such as inequality and poverty. For many years, the ICTJ has highlighted how important it is, and also the important role of transitional justice in these endeavors, including reparations initiatives and programs in surpassing these obstacles and in really building a more peaceful, just, and accessible future. In today's agenda, we will approach these topics in 3 different panels. The first one will provide a general overview of the ICTJ Global Study on reparations and development, as well as a framework to further understand reparations as part of sustainable development. In the second panel, we will talk about the strategies to really operationalize those reparations, to provide support to victims, and establish more victim-centered development policies. And the third and final panel of today will be about synergies between reparations, criminal accountability, and sustainable development. We would like to extend a very special greeting to all CSOs, or civil society organizations, and all the different counterparts that come to this from Uganda, Tunisia, and Gambia. Welcome to Colombia. And we also have participation of civil society organization of Colombia, especially from Cauca, from the San Basilio de Palenque municipality, and Buenaventura city as well. We'd also like to celebrate the representation of different Colombian institutions, especially the Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs, Elizabeth Taylor Jay, as well as the international community members that are joining us today. This event will have interventions in English, Spanish, and Arabic. We have simultaneous interpretation available for all attendees. And for those who have not done it yet, please request your interpretation device at the entrance of this room. And perhaps those who follow us on social media and like to post, you can repost with the following hashtags: Dialogue Colombia Africa, and we can do it through different accounts which are called @_ICTJ and hashtag ICTJ. So with this brief introduction, I'd like to welcome Maria Camila Moreno to the stage. She's the director of ICTJ Colombia office, so that she can give some welcoming words.
Bueno, muy buenos días para todos, para todas.
Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to especially greet the Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Elizabeth Taylor Jay. I'd also like to extend a special greeting to all our guests that have traveled from far away, from Africa, from Tunisia, from Gambia, Uganda, and for accepting this invitation and joining us in this engagement and sharing of experiences. I'd also like to especially greet the different victims organizations, women's victims organizations that also have come from Valle del Cauca and San Basilio de Palenque in Colombia. Also a special greeting for all representatives of different civil society organizations, also of the Party of Commons. Thank you very much for accepting this invitation, and also to all of those who are part of the Colombian state entities and the international community. So thank you and welcome to this conversation. We expect this to be a very productive conversation for all of us. Not only because we believe that we have lots to learn from different experiences abroad, and most surely as you all come from different contexts, but also because these are experiences that we can learn from in our context. And likewise, we will believe that we have a lot to contribute to the world about what we have achieved in Colombia. As you all may know, Colombia has a long history in attention and reparation to victims of severe human rights violations and international humanitarian law. And the world has acknowledged the institutional strength and robustness system as one of the most advanced in the world. We have this tradition of incorporating all international standards and best practices of the world to the most minimum detail in the design of our legal and institutional structures. However, we are not so diligent, nor do we have a full capacity to actually make all these public policy decisions really tangible in order to transform the lives of victims. That is still a great debt, as I would like to call it, and our main challenge. How can we really transform the lives of victims and of the most affected populations by the armed conflict for decades, and how we can really transform territories affected by this very long conflict? And this leads us to think about the relationship between reparation and development. It has been said broadly that reparations to victims at an individual level does not really transform the lives of people if there isn't a context where the structural causes of the conflict and the life decisions of territories change. So reparations seen from a sustainability long term vision has to be linked to development public policies. Thus, the importance of this approach of long standing solutions, which is a topic that has been written about a lot, and there's an interesting advance about standards that has been carried out by the UN. Most surely, this is a topic that will be covered in the different panels. And from our standpoint, this offers an opportunity to advance in making this relationship between reparations and development much more tangible. So this will be the main topic of our conversation today. We have important experiences from victims' organizations from Gambia, Uganda, and Tunisia. And of course, they ask themselves the same questions we've been asking in relations to topics such as victims' reparations, especially for sexual abuse victims, or reparations of economic crimes, which is also a very interesting topic that our colleagues from Tunisia will talk about. I'd even say that we continue adding layers of complexity to this topic because today, and even more in the current political context of the national government, well, the conditions, the life conditions of communities in territories has become a priority, and it entails a comprehensive intervention from the state, which should include, of course, victims' reparations policies. So, welcome once again, and I really hope that the conversation today is beneficial for all of us. We hope to achieve a deep conversation, a calm conversation, and a conversation in which we can hopefully cover different perspectives of all these very complex topics. And that is why we've proposed an agenda of only 3 panels so that we can have enough time to carry out these discussions, to be able to listen to each other, and to allow the ideas of others to really be taken into account, and for all of us to have takeaway messages and ideas that can truly be relevant for the work we carry out in Colombia and other parts of the world. We always thank the support that we've received from the Colombia's offices of the Embassy of Norway and the Embassy of Sweden, and we want to thank the donor who has not only made possible this event but also the research that we will later present today. Thank you.
Gracias a María Camila Moreno, la directora en
Thank you, Maria Camila Moreno, the director of ICTJ Colombia office. And thank you for her reflections. And now we'd like to welcome to the stage Ana Miriam Rocatellos. She is the ICTJ Deputy Director and Director of Programs. She would also extend a welcome and some introductory words.
Thank you to all of you that so generously have accepted our invitation to contribute to this discussion that we hope, as Maria Camila was saying, would be useful to once again push the boundaries and focus on new perspective, new points of entry to advance justice and durable peace in transitional context. I echoed Maria Camilla's words in welcoming you and thanking those that made this event possible and that support our program in Colombia, a program that ICTJ is particularly proud of. And personally, I have to share with you my great pleasure of being able to be in Bogota once again and to work with this phenomenal team that we have here. My great gratitude to Her Excellency, the Vice Minister Elizabeth Taylor-Jay, who not only has agreed to participate, but honored us with her words. We will hear from her in a minute. What I would like to introduce today to you is why we decided to have a look at specific experiences that we have accompanied and we continue to accompany in some case studies that are, as Camilla said, Tunisia, Gambia, and Uganda and Colombia. Because we felt that in the panorama of the different programs we are working on around the world, these four presented aspects that we believe are very interesting and very useful to broaden the horizons of what we can practically try to integrate in the discussion around reparation and transitional justice. Reparation, as we know, is an essential element of transitional justice because it seeks to acknowledge that something terribly wrong was committed and tries to redress what, to provide a remedy for the wrong done. In that sense, it is clearly an essential element in providing a sense of justice to victims. It is part of the very concept of accountability. But more importantly, because of its tangible realization, it is very important in addressing not only the consequences of what was inflicted on the victims, but to try and address the situation of vulnerability and marginalizations that the victims found themselves in and that made them discriminated very often, and that is the very root of political violence and violations committed against them. So the more transitional justice is called to look and address the root causes of the violence and the violations, the more inevitably the expectations of results have increased. And nowadays, you heard from Camilla, we don't even contest that transitional justice must have a transformative role, a transformation to enact a positive transformation in the lives of the victims primarily, but I would also add in the lives of the perpetrators once they acknowledge and take conscious of their role in the violations, and definitely of the society at large. So how to achieve this incredibly ambitious goal? It's a challenge. And it brought us to the realization that we cannot continue operating by enacting and implementing transitional justice programs separated with different goals. Transitional justice is a political program and includes and must include every single action and policy. Policies are the result of political decision, and therefore a political decision to develop the society, cannot divorce itself from considering and integrating the perspective of those that have suffered the most because of discrimination, marginalization, inequity. We have finally come to the realizations that socioeconomic rights are equally important if we want to really change that original situation of vulnerability. We have come to the conclusion, therefore, that any program of reform, of providing infrastructure, of improving community, territorial, societal life and coexistence need to be informed by the political program of transitioning, need to be based on the concerted effort to re-level the different situations of different groups within the society. What is best as a comprehensive tool to try and frame, therefore, this effort holistically, if not development programs? And in this sense, the African Union policy on transitional justice that was finally approved in 2019 is very clear. It's probably the clearest international document that acknowledges explicitly the redistribution of resources and rights that is required in order to transform the society. This concept has finally been better integrated in the newly approved, updated guidance of the United Nations Secretary General on Transitional Justice, for example, that put emphasis on not only social economic rights, the integration of different transitional justice processes in their complementary value, and the final goal that is forward-looking, the non-recurrence, the durable peace, all concepts that we can achieve if the society is put in a situation where everybody lives with dignity, with certain means of living with dignities, and the political rights which are uncontested and can be exercised safely and in freedom. So in that sense, this work that we have conducted is particularly important, we think, because it finally makes and illustrates the link between the national strategies of civil society activists and associations that are very much involved in advancing the transitional justice agenda in their country, and these broader goals. And it ties very well with the work of the Transitional Justice Working Group on the Sustainable Development Goals 16+ that ICTJ had the honor to coordinate, which has found, not surprisingly, that the link between the prevention agenda, the non-recurrence, and a global sustainable development which is based on what victims, different groups, and their communities are living. So with that, I hope that, of course, we count on your contribution or your interventions, on your critical thinking, and that will also help our colleagues and our partners going back to maybe reframe and re-strategize, hopefully. The last thing I wanted to say is, while the other element of these discussions, which is on reparative elements of criminal proceedings, may appear slightly at odds with these sustainable goals, development goals agenda, it was necessary to include it. We felt it was necessary to include it, because it follows a general international trend of reconceptualize the goals of criminal justice, particularly in transitional context. Once again, Colombia, in this sense, is at the forefront of providing the model, the experience, lessons that the entire world can learn from. And because the introduction of reparative aim in the very criminal accountability processes finally highlights, doesn't deny, doesn't hide the real goal of criminal accountability in transitional context, which is the change, the persuasion in a context, in a society that has known that level of violence, that durable peace, that the future involves the responsibilities and the active participation of all, victims and perpetrators alike. And there are, as Colombia demonstrates, good ways of combining a restorative element in criminal justice with the sense of satisfaction and justice that the society and victims must receive from criminal proceedings. This is particularly important while across the globe we hear the debate about, but we need to reconcile after a conflict. We need to live together. We need to make compromises. No. There are ways of responsibly design and implement every process of accountability with multiple aims. And with that, I therefore wish you, all of us, a very fruitful discussion. And again, thank you for being with us.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ana Miriam Rocatello. We would now like to invite Elizabeth Taylor Jay, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of Colombia. Maria Camila Moreno, Director of ICTJ in Colombia, and Anne Miriam Rocatello, the Deputy Director of the ICTJ, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps of the Colombian government, and other governments and attending countries, as well as CSOs and victims' organizations, and all other attendees. This space that has been given to us today by the International Center for Transitional Justice is without a doubt a space for reflection, which takes on a very important and superior value when it comes to the challenges involved in societal violence. These acts attack human rights, people's lives, and their physical integrity, and what is more, they create obstacles and barriers to development in communities that live amongst violent conflict. For the government of change, participating in these events is part of our commitment to and respect for national and international organizations committed to reparations and victims in the search for reconciliation and the construction of a society with better development alternatives. Colombia now has more than 10 years of experience developing policies and programs that seek to attain reparations for victims of the armed conflict that for so many decades harmed people and left enormous damage in our society. Experience brings us to a fundamental conclusion, but the execution of which represents a multidimensional challenge. We need, and I come from one of these territories, we must transform our territories. We must overcome poverty. And I'd like to say something here. Now, after more than 30 years following the Rio Conference on Sustainable Development that was held in 2012, we found that one of the main obstacles, or in fact the main obstacle to reaching the Sustainable Development Goals was in fact poverty. And the end to inequality based on comprehensive strategies to enable our communities to break out of cycles of violence and poverty is fundamental. But we have seen that this is a disproportionate and unjust impact that has existed for many decades now. The enactment of a law in 2011, Law 1448, marked a change in Colombia in establishing for the first time an integrated legal framework within which land restitution in particular emerged as a crucial measure to return property of lands to displaced communities. That is to say, land to be returned to its legitimate owners so that they can rebuild their lives. Additionally, the peace agreement of 2016 signed with the FARC-EP also proposes in Chapter 1 a comprehensive rural reform, providing the foundations for a structural change in the countryside, creating conditions for community well-being in rural areas based on the premise that comprehensive rural development is a determining factor in moving forward with the integration of our regions as well as the socio-economic development and equal development across our country. Accordingly, Chapter 1 of the Peace Agreement proposes solutions for the structural causes of our armed conflict. This has the potential to move forward with different measures for the redistribution of land, the strengthening of our rural economy, and the guarantee of active participation of our communities in decision-making with regards to their own development. Finally, the priorities of President Gustavo Petro's president with regards to what we have called total peace takes on special relevance as we see that our commitment to the effective implementation of what was agreed upon in the 2016 peace agreement, as well as a proactive focus on these structural reforms, will enable the strengthening of social programs, the expansion of economic opportunities to rural areas, and priority services to be provided to our most vulnerable communities. These are all fundamental paths, and I would say the right paths to take that we as states must implement so that we can truly achieve a real transformation of these disproportionately affected territories that have been so impacted by violence. Today, I wanted to especially emphasize the work done by our national institutions to achieve territorial transformation. When we are dealing with so many dimensions of victim suffering, many of these women, victims of gender-based violence, children, teenagers, We believe and are convinced that territorial transformation, especially of those territories that have been historically afflicted by violence and armed conflict and violent expressions of frustration, continue in our territory. We believe that this is where we can truly achieve a structural transformation as a nation. We are committed to not only victims' reparations, but also to fulfilling SDGs and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Reparations make a direct contribution to SDG number 16, promoting peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. Land restitution as well as victim services have a positive impact on this specific SDG as well as on SDG number 1, which is putting an end to poverty, and SDG number 10, which is the reduction of inequalities. The government of change is aware that peace is the foundation of development and it supports true societal freedom. And this will only be possible if we work on reducing poverty, inequality of millions of Colombians, and if we put an end to socio-economic and political practices as well as cultural practices that reproduce social inequalities. Therefore, the commitment of President Gustavo Petro is to advance with and make a contribution to the contribution of a peaceful society. At the very least, this is what we need. This means, of course, re-establishing victims' rights by once again focusing on our marginalized distant territories, because it is in these areas that we will truly implement peace that will then radiate to other parts of the country. We want stable and durable peace. Life and human rights must win above all else. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Elizabeth Taylor-Jay. And we will now move on to the first panel of the day, which is titled Challenges to Development in Context of Serious Human Rights Violations. To open this panel, we will hear from Roger Duty, who is Senior Research Expert at ICTJ, where he has led different research projects on transitional justice, looking at education and forced displacement as well as development. Mr. Duty studied history at Cornell University and also international relations. I would now like to invite him to stage so that he can share with us findings, recommendations from the research project that was carried out by ICTJ, looking at how to materialize reparations as part of a sustainable development framework. Mr. Duty, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Vice Minister and Anna Miriam and Maria Camila. I am, of course, very grateful for the opportunity to contribute today and to be part of this important exchange among such a great program of speakers from so many different contexts. My intervention will hopefully help to initiate and frame some of the conversation by providing a bit of an overview of the report that ICTJ is launching, highlighting some of its main findings and conclusions at a fairly general level, which all three of the sessions will then discuss and explore in more detail. The new report, which is called Advancing Victims' Rights and Rebuilding Just Communities, is a comparative analysis of efforts to advance the reparations agenda in 4 different countries, the Gambia, Uganda, Tunisia, and Colombia. It's a project that is based on 2 years of partnerships, program work, and research on the ground. The aims of the project have been to document and learn from the innovative strategies that local actors are using to advance and shape reparations, to identify complementarities with the reparative elements of criminal accountability and reform, and to situate all of these efforts within the broader framework of sustainable development, as we've already been discussing. While focusing on local actors provides us with valuable empirical evidence about the work that they're doing, what is working, and the challenges that they face. As Anna Miriam has said, viewing this work through the lens of sustainable development also allows us to draw connections between different levels, between the needs of victims and communities, the activities of civil society, the policies and programs of local and national governments, and the institutions and structures that themselves need reform. Looking at transitional justice through the lens of sustainable development is an approach ICTJ has taken for a number of years in its program policy and research capacities, and it's one that we feel allows us to better identify and enhance the contributions of this work to long-term objectives and SDG targets like access to justice, rule of law, prevention, and inclusive societies. Within this general framework, then, the study first clearly demonstrates how in each context human rights violations really create significant obstacles to development. Victims, for example, suffer serious and long-term physical, psychological, social, economic, and political harms, while communities and regions are often targeted by destruction and marginalization, all of which reduces individual and collective agency and capabilities. And on top of this, the persistence of inequality, discrimination, corruption, and exclusion can reinforce the impact of these harms. At the same time, though, the discussions that are happening around the reparations agenda in these countries also show the many ways in which reparations can help to reduce these development obstacles. This is clear from the priorities that victims have expressed to us, as well as the forms of reparations that truth commissions have recommended and that administrative programs often provide. While compensation is, of course, usually a priority for victims, material reparation can also take the form of healthcare services, psychosocial support, livelihood support, employment opportunities, housing, land, education, and so on. While collective reparations for communities and regions can take the form of infrastructure, reconstruction, hospitals and clinics, schools, environmental programs, and other community development projects. Reparations programs can also contribute to agency and rights awareness to the extent that they are participatory and accessible. In practice, though, the countries in the project really represent a range of different and challenging contexts where progress and opportunities and difficulties related to reparations vary quite significantly. In the Gambia, the Truth Commission's recommendations and reparations bill have created expectations among victims, but a national program is still to be implemented. In Uganda, the legal and policy framework for reparations exists, but because of limited political will at the national level, there's no enabling legislation or mechanism. In Tunisia, the Truth Commission recommended a reparations program, but the political and economic situation there makes progress on operationalization unlikely, at least in the near future. And in Colombia, as we've heard, experience and challenges with administrative reparations have informed the design of restorative sanctions that include reparative projects. In these contexts, ICTJ works closely with local partners that use an array of strategies to advance reparations and respond to the needs of victims and affected communities. Across the situations, for example, our project really shows the different ways that local actors use collective action to shape and advocate around the design and implementation of reparations programs. I hope you can still hear me okay. The microphone is slipping. This includes things like coordination, consultation, mobilization, information sharing among victims and survivors, victims groups and networks, and other civil society and community actors. This type of civil society coordination is something that can itself be considered important to sustainable development, given the role that it can play in increasing agency and social cohesion. But in addition, when alliances and coalitions are formed across actors with a range of mandates and areas of focus, this may also help to increase the contribution that reparations can make to addressing broader social and economic problems like marginalization. Building on this collective action, local groups often facilitate direct engagement with relevant government institutions. This can include advocacy, bringing victims, community members, and decision makers together, raising awareness among legislators and policymakers, and mobilizing and training victims to take a lead role in the process. The targets of this work can include not only the government bodies that tend to be in charge of transitional justice overall, like the Ministry of Justice, but also a whole range of others that may be involved in the implementation of reparations, particularly when it's comprehensive, including ministries of finance, welfare, land, health, and education, and legislative bodies like local councils and national assemblies. The study also shows how in some situations, especially where reparations programs have not yet been implemented, local actors can work in a complementary way outside of a formal reparations program. Civil society can sometimes step in, for example, to provide direct support to victims and communities, including in the areas of child tracing, financial support, medical treatment, peer-to-peer support, and psychosocial support and skills training. This can be particularly valuable for groups that face social barriers, like victims of gender-based violence and children born of war. Given that it often happens at the community level, though, efforts may be needed to minimize stigmatization that may be associated with participation due to patriarchal systems and norms at that level. This type of support certainly does not involve state acknowledgement of wrongdoing, but it can, in ways, help to repair harms and offer future lessons for future programs. Another complementary and underutilized approach is to advocate for development policies and programs that themselves respond better to the needs of victims and communities, both at local levels and at the national level. Government priorities in transitional periods tend to be on things like general reconstruction and economic growth, but opportunities for synergies still may exist. For example, development programs in areas like poverty reduction, land, education, and healthcare can facilitate or reinforce reparations, while some development programs themselves can specifically prioritize resources and access for victims in particular regions. Moving beyond reparations programs and direct support themselves, the project, as Miriam has already mentioned, also considers the reparative elements of complementary justice processes like criminal accountability and reform, which themselves are very critical to development goals like rule of law, prevention, and inclusive societies. To the extent that criminal justice processes are participatory and accessible, for example, they can complement reparations in increasing agency, while civil society has shown that they can play a role in making these processes more inclusive by providing legal aid and psychosocial support. Accountability for corruption in particular can be reparatory if it can generate funds through asset recovery, while sanctions for perpetrators within a restorative justice frame can include local development projects. Finally, the project reinforces the notion that transformative impacts of reparations are likely to be limited if they're not situated in processes of broader reform. The countries in the project have shown that this can include constitutional reform, security sector reform, as well as reform in the judiciary, education, and other development institutions, which are key for economic, social, and cultural rights. Some cases also show clearly the transnational element of exclusive and abusive systems, including the roles of international actors in maintaining unjust development models. The need to embed reparations within reform is demonstrated clearly in the area of gender justice, where violence, discrimination, and marginalization are also integrally linked. The challenges that are faced by local actors in the context we're discussing are, of course, very numerous, including constraints on civil society coordination, a corresponding lack of coordination among government institutions, the fact that civic space is often limited by government interference or restrictions. It includes the difficulties that grassroots actors may face in accessing funding and support, as well as the overall the scope and complexity of the problems that we're talking about, and the difficulty in ensuring that integrated justice and development responses really do align with the needs of victims and communities. These challenges, of course, speak to the need to support local actors in their work in advancing both reparations and development. We hope that the insights and guidance in the new report, which really are based on what local actors are in practice doing on the ground, can inform discussions and efforts across different contexts, starting with today's exchange. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I really look forward to all of the discussions.
Bueno, muchas gracias al señor
Thank you very much to Mr. Roger Duty, Senior Expert. He has just presented the main guideline and topics of the report of the ICTJ. So that is how we can start with our next panel. So I'll invite Salva Elgantry. She's Senior Expert of the ICTJ, and she has over 17 years of experience in democracy, human rights, and transitional justice fields. Aside from holding this role, she directed the ICTJ office in Tunisia until the year 2002. She's also worked for the organization in Egypt, the Ivory Coast, Libya, and Yemen. So let's welcome Mrs. Elgantry. I'd also like to welcome Daniel Garces Caraballi. He's the current ambassador of Colombia to Ghana. He has a PhD in legal and political sciences, and a master's degree in human rights, interculturality, and development. And he has been one of the Afro-Colombian leaders of most influence in driving community actions as well as academic and institutional ones in relation to the materialization of the Afro-Colombian people's rights. I'd also like to welcome to the stage Diego Peña. He is a lawyer with experience in human rights, international humanitarian law, as well as the implementation of projects and strengthening of institutions, such as the ones in charge of implementing the law of victims and land restitution. He was the Peace Counselor for Bogota, and he is currently advisor in long-lasting solutions for internal displacement in the coordinating office of the UN in Colombia. I'd also like to welcome Marco Romero. He's been professor at the Department of Political Science of the National University of Colombia and director of the specialization on analysis of public policies of that same university. He's worked for the rights of the displaced population in Colombia, and has worked also as an advisor in the same topic for over 30 years. He's also founder and a public speaker and a technical secretariat of the following or monitoring commission of public policy on forced displacement. And he is also currently Director of Consultancy for Human Rights and Displacement, or CODIS by its acronym in Spanish, and member of the Monitoring Committee for the recommendations of the Truth Commission. And I'd like to welcome as moderator Maria Camila Moreno, Director of the ICTJ office in Colombia.
Casi lo olvido, hay una recomendación.
I almost forgot this. There is a recommendation for all of our guests to facilitate the interpretation services. We would kindly ask for you to not use acronyms as much as possible, because this will entail another difficulty for the interpretation service. So once again, thank you, Gloria, and a special greeting to all our panelists and to all of those And to our panelists here, well, you have broad experience in different contexts. And, well, we have just heard from Roger a general framework as of the ICTJ report on this relationship between victims' reparations, development, but also transformation of the territories. And in this opportunity, and for this specific conversation, we'd like to deep dive a bit on the experiences we have gathered here in the panel. One question would be, what are those main challenges on human rights violations and these contexts of transitional justice? And I think we must first acknowledge that we are today in Colombia in a very, very complex context where we have over 9 million victims. A peace agreement that was signed in the year 2016 that enabled us to advance in several topics. I always advocate for the fact that Colombia is a very different country after the signing of the peace agreement in the year 2016, despite all the challenges we currently face. And we are amidst a very complex process of the total peace, with a big and ambitious objective to continue making deals and agreements with other groups that continue severely affecting the livelihoods of many people in different communities all throughout the country. So I would say it is fundamental for us to pose the next question in relation to sustainable development, victims, reparations, and territorial transformation to really achieve a long-standing and just peace and to continue advancing in the fight against marginality, poverty, and inequality. So I'd like to ask first Diego Peña, advisor of the UN Representative Office in Colombia. He also has great experience working with public policies in relation to victims' reparations. So, Diego, I'd like to start off by asking you, what is this focus? What is this approach about long-standing solutions or durable solutions that is being greatly driven by the UN and by the General Secretary, who has also been a former director of the UNHCR? So, Diego, what could you perhaps detail about this topic, and what would you identify as the main challenges in Colombia for this topic? You have 10 minutes. Good morning, and thank you, Maria Camila. Well, I think you first mentioned an important topic. I think it's also important to remember where this agenda of durable solutions come before the General Secretary of the UN, who was former the director of the UNHCR, he has a very special interest in displaced victims. Well, there's not a legal or statutory regulation. There's no agency of the UN for migrants, for example, that is non-existent. So there's always a gap, if you will, about what would that protection statute be. Since the year 1998, we've advanced when the principles on internal displacement were created. And Colombia, as you well mentioned, Colombia has a very long development in relation to this problem of internal displacement. Since the year 1998, when the principles were created, when the General Assembly approved the resolution of those principles, and if we compare that moment in history to today, this problem of internal displacement has not improved. Rather, it has greatly worsened, and we've seen that, or we could analyze that from the year 2002 to 2013. Internal displacement due to armed conflicts increased in 17%. However, displacement caused by emergencies, climate change-related emergencies, increased in 45%. And it is expected in some years' time that climate change emergency internal displacement will surpass internal displacement due to armed conflict. And I think this is a very important piece of data to have in this conversation, because this might be the last opportunity that we can have to really solve structural problems that violence creates in terms of internal displacement. So when the General Secretary was appointed as General Secretary, he actually requested some recommendations to be provided about how to deal with internal displacement. This panel was then created and a document was issued that presented these recommendations. And the document basically states that the political will of states must change. It's very important for a state to be absolutely committed in solving internal displacement problems. And this is a recommendation that we must further work on because the main entity that must solve this problem is the state. The next recommendations have to do with data analysis, the civil society. And when I refer to civil society, we must develop this topic in a broader manner because this is not only about victims. We must take as a base the following principle. Well, as there was quite a limbo in which victims were in the victim state for a permanent period, and that situation then required different situations or recommendations, if you will. And so the General Secretary created an actionable plan or an agenda. And basically this links peace, humanitarian, and development topics. Well, this was created firstly because internal displacement as a topic has been surely approached from humanitarian topics, but very little from development-related topics. And we can see this reflected, for example, in the case of Colombia and its armed conflict. Colombia, of course, is a good example for the best learned lessons, but also for the most challenging obstacles, which is, for example, how are we going to deal with the internal displacement amidst the violence and the armed conflict? And so these recommendations were issued. After this, there was an action agenda in 13 different points, and it has to do with internal displacement mainly. We must understand that solving internal displacement entails a cross-cutting agenda, where the first prevention measure is negotiation and disarticulation and a clear pinpointing of all the different causes of the violence. So the second part of the agenda has to do with effective humanitarian aid to those internal displacement victims, and thirdly, long-standing or durable solutions. In terms of durable solutions, what this high-level panel and the General Secretary are seeking is that firstly, these realities are being acknowledged, the durable or long-standing problems. This is actually not a new proposal, Maria Camila. This is rather an interpretation of recommendations that had already been established as principles. Then, in the year 2010, there was a framework on durable solutions. But right now, we are asking ourselves, what are we doing? What can we really do to advance? So when the General Secretary and this high-level panel started working, and I think this is actually worthwhile mentioning, they said if there are no conditions for individuals to return to the places where they were originally displaced from, right, and that there's a true and real local reintegration, well, it's very difficult for them to return. Therefore, that agenda needs to go hand in hand with negotiation. And there needs to be a special focus on where those victims are located today whilst that happens. And local integration of victims in urban contexts has much more attention. And Colombia has different elements of this. For example, in urban contexts, or rather the integration of victims of internal displacement on urban context is not a specific topic that has much more investigation or information. And while the state can respond to this, and while the return guarantees are more real, these durable solutions we're talking about individuals that have been displaced for 20 or 30 years where the situation is different, right? Because perhaps in the period of time they already have children. Well, what we seek is for these individuals to really return and to have a social cohesion with that territory. We must acknowledge as well that displacement creates specific needs for those displaced. So it's not just a unique approach of development. One, it has to put at the core the victims and those internal displaced victims, so that first they can create an empowered community that can have a decision-making power that can also have protection mechanisms and democratic mechanisms that they can participate in the public matters in a much more effective manner. So firstly, they need participation, right? We also need to have a different approach to the extent that a durable solution in a context such as an urban one, and also in the rural one actually, this is not population related. I mean, it is very clear that problems are not solved thinking only about the problems of the displaced, but actually that displaced people are part of communities that can be or not victims of violence or any other type of violences. But in the urban context, there needs to be a joint building. It's worthless to build a poverty surpassing solution for ones that doesn't really apply to others. And that is why development approaches are being talked about now, and how they are absolutely necessary for those victims of internal displacement. Meaning, if we don't actually provide these different mechanisms to those places where internal displaced people are, it's very difficult to improve their life quality and situation. So, all this said, we believe that there is a great potential in Colombia and a synergy between the international agencies, of course promoted firstly by the UN, and the different mechanisms and efforts driven by the current government and its agenda. It's not random that the international community is so interested in this, and that is why the National Development Plan of Colombia has developed specific goals in relation to the status of vulnerability of internal displaced people. And that is why there's also durable solutions designed in the rural development plans. And what we believe in and what we're investing our efforts in, together with the national government and with the civil society, because from the UN resident office, we work with these actors as well. So we work with civil society organizations like CODES, CODHES by its acronym in Spanish. They have experience for over 30 years in this. And what we're doing is not only capitalizing on the international effort, but also internally in Colombia with everything we have really honed as of all this history. Well, Colombia actually leads in Geneva, together with Canada, a group of countries that have advanced in these topics. And so we do believe that Colombia can serve as an example for the group of countries that the Secretary General has also focused on with this high-level panel. Thank you very much, Diego, for your intervention and for respecting the limited time. Marco, you have been working for many, many years in this topic, following up very closely the developments of public policies, the legal ones, the constitutional ones. However, we are now today in a scenario, and I would like to say, as Diego pinpointed, a very interesting landscape. We have a national development plan that has established as a goal to, well, serve 2 million victims. This is quite an ambitious goal and a very important one. And this national development plan also proposes a more comprehensive vision, as this has to be done accompanied by different actions in terms of security, health, access to housing, education, and income. So, Marco, I'd like to ask you, as of your experience, what are the main challenges you consider are perhaps the most important ones for us to advance in a more robust agenda in comprehensive reparation to victims, in a broad framework of fighting against inequality and poverty?
Thank you very much, Maria Camila. I would first like to thank ICTJ for this invitation and celebrate the great contribution made by this report that is being published. And we have been working on these matters in parallel in my organization, basically for a whole lifetime. So thank you again for the invitation. I'd like to congratulate you on your initiative and on opening up this dialogue. And I'd also like to celebrate this Colombia-Africa dialogue, because Colombia is an Afro-descendant country that many African countries are brother and sister countries, and it's only now that we are seeing Francia Marquez and Gustavo Petro heading up the country, and this means things are being done differently, and we can truly enter into dialogue. Those of us who work in human rights have always engaged in this dialogue at the international level, and we have the Cartagena Declaration as well as the Kampala Convention are considered some of the most progressive in the world when it comes to providing services to refugees. And it's also a clear example of African countries' will to take relevant actions. And countries with the greatest economic power tend to complain the most but help the least. But solidarity has a very strong foundation in Africa, and this is also the case in Latin America. I would like to celebrate our brotherhood and our sisterhood, and I hope that this dialogue may continue permanently and that we can continue to work with this enormous and very complex continent that is Africa. I would like to highlight 3 very important matters, just briefly, as we do have time restrictions. I would like to talk about 3 matters that are very relevant to Colombia and others that are not. So based on what Diego and Maria Camila has said, I would like to once again say that we do truly salute the Secretary General's effort to come up with durable solutions for mass displacement, the high-level working groups. This is part of a critical debate that is occurring in the United Nations. This seeking of a long-lasting strategy. This is part of the work done by the UN. But oftentimes, the official responses to displacement has been insufficient, and from there we have seen many criticisms. There are some UN agencies that work on humanitarian issues, others work on security and peace, and others that work on development. Sometimes there is excellent humanitarian aid provided, but people end up living in misery. Other times there is better attention to poverty-fighting mechanisms, but less attention given elsewhere. And so we must be able to recognize these grave social crises that have arisen due to mass displacement in the world. So my call is to the United Nations to act in an integrated fashion, to come up with paths of action, to come up with distinct responses so that at the end of the day, those who have been displaced, the most vulnerable, the most impacted by this mass displacement at the social level, can truly be given service. I think this is a very, very important call that we must make to the Secretary General. In Colombia, we have clearly understood this message, and as Diego says, we see that we have many points in common, because here in Colombia we have come to the same conclusion through different experiences, processes, and paths. So here we must look for an approach that truly coordinates victim services and victims' rights, and how this connects with sustainable development, as this present dialogue so clearly says. There are 3 paths we have taken in Colombia that have been discussed in depth. Since 2009, we sought out Rodrigo Umprimi, a great constitutional expert and also expert in transitional justice here in Colombia. We approached him to talk about what we should do with displacement. How could we think about an appropriate reparation policy? Because we had not addressed this in a comprehensive fashion. There are people who live in rural areas who were suffering from all different kinds of inequalities, prejudices, and aggressions. What could we do? Should we go back to how things were before? That made no sense. Should we have the same policies? That didn't make any sense either. And so we came up with the idea to have a differential perspective of rural areas. And this theory was incorporated into the peace agreement and into our laws, as well as in the recommendations made by the Truth Commission. And the central idea here is transformative justice. This is not restorative justice, but rather looking at comprehensive and integrated justice, looking at collective justice, and with a focus on development. Because, well, I know we have just a little time to discuss this here, but in Colombia, we have had, or we have a connection, different links in the chain of different types of inequalities. Who is the most vulnerable person here? Indigenous people, peasants, Afro-descendants, rural women. But there are differential impacts. First off, because the conflict has occurred in specific parts of the country, and what's more, the state has failed to protect rights in these areas. Thirdly, at the social level, there is also structural discrimination, and this is in the Truth Commission's report. A lack of state presence, a lack of rule of law, the armed conflict, and other elements that have meant that victims in rural areas have a much higher index of victimization. But they've also suffered from a very long history of distributive justice. I'm sorry if I'm not keeping my ideas in order, but basically, Colombia has suffered from a very long armed conflict, but it's a middle-income country, but it is the most unequal country in the Americas, which is the most unequal continent in the world. So we're dealing with a whole lot of inequalities here. It's very important that we're clear on this, because this tells us a lot about the challenges and the possibilities that we have here. Because here, this is a source of international shame when we look at our social inequalities. That's the essential character of our country. So this is the issue we're dealing with. So we've had enormous issues of distributive justice in the rural parts of the country. And then we moved to a stage of humanitarian crisis and armed conflict, which led to what the Constitutional Court here has called a disproportionate impact in rural areas. That is to say, the rural population has suffered a disproportionate impact from the armed conflict, which is not to say no one else has suffered, but rather they have suffered the most. And this meant that they paid the highest cost in the armed conflict and the highest humanitarian cost. 85% of victims have also been displaced and in many cases exiled and completely uprooted from their lands. They've had to leave behind their lands, their houses, their work, their culture, their social relationships, their social fabric. And then they have become urban residents where the payment for unskilled work is very, very low. And this has an impact, of course, on the collective lives that they used to live in their territories. And so we see general impoverishment. And this brings us to the third crisis. The most socially vulnerable people in Colombia have been displaced. All of our statistics, all of our studies show this. And in many cases, people were not as poor when they lived in rural areas as they are now, living on the outskirts of the urban areas. People who've come from the Afro-Pacific coast are now living in very poor neighborhoods here at 3,000 meters above sea level in Bogota, just to give you one little example. During the pandemic, we also saw how these specific groups suffered the greatest impact from the pandemic. Why? Because these very individuals survive in the informal economy here in Colombia. They have no social security, etc. So when you see these multiple factors, this leads to a huge social crisis. And this has had an impact on those initially displaced people's children and grandchildren. And so now this is a multi-generational issue, and it means that we have a lot of socioeconomic and political impacts. If we don't act now, then we are condemning the next 3 generations to living in misery. Let me close with this point. Basically, we have a situation in which we have to start to think about long-lasting or durable urban solutions, and the representative from the victims unit has made reference to how we must build a network here. And we can look to the decision made in Brazil just a few weeks ago to build a network of cities to receive displaced people. But here, if we don't have sustainable and serious policies that apply to the urban context, because we believe that they will return to rural areas, but in rural areas there are no appropriate policies because they haven't yet returned while they're left in limbo, which means that we must come up with urban and rural alternatives that are differential with a special focus on women's, children's and ethnic groups' rights. I think there are many, many possibilities here. There are political obstacles, there are fiscal limitations, and we have barriers to work in an integrated fashion, but we have to work together, society and state, because we believe there is an enormous opportunity to look at this advancement towards peace and a political transition. The idea is of course, for our country to advance, and hopefully that can inspire other countries to advance, just as you have served as examples for us. Thank you very much, and I apologize for going over time. Ambassador Daniel Garces, our Afro-Colombian leader, very well known, of course, in Colombia, and now working as a Colombian ambassador to Ghana and covering also Gambia. The Ministry of Foreign Relations has chosen to name Afro-Colombian leaders as ambassadors to different African countries. I think this is the right decision to make, not only because of the historical and ancestral relationship between Colombia and Africa, but also, and we were speaking about this yesterday with the Vice Minister. Well, there is an increasing interest in Africa in many countries as they look at transition, looking at how to overcome poverty and how to advance with transitional justice. So we see they have an increasing interest in Colombia and in what we are doing here at many levels. So I'd like to ask you, Daniel, you've been in Accra for some time now. What do you think these connection points or these meeting points are with regards to transitional justice? What have you managed to see? What connects our Colombian reality and our experience with Ghana and other contexts in other African countries? Thank you very much, Maria Camila. It is an honor to share the stage with Marco. I've not had the privilege of sharing a panel with him for several years now, but he has always been a great role model with regards to victims' reparations and also reparations for ethnic and indigenous groups. The work that has been done now by COLES for some 30 years has always been a fantastic point of reference for joint policy building for our population. So thank you, Marco. Thank you to the whole team. Thank you to the ICTJ for inviting me to participate in this panel. For me personally, this is very timely for 2 or 3 specific events that have occurred over the last month and a half. 1 month ago, I came back to Colombia. I was invited by the Vice President to participate in the consulting committee for the National Historic Reparations Committee. And just 1 week ago in Accra, in Ghana, there was a conference held on historical reparations. And the motto was to build a united front to move forward with justice and the payment of reparations to Africans and Afro-descendant communities. And the conference was led by the African Union, and Ghana is the leading country in Africa, in West Africa in particular, when it comes to reparations. For Africans and Afro-descendants, it is compulsory that we talk about historical reparations. We cannot talk about reparations without talking about historical reparations, because many current situations are related to what has already been recognized by the UN as the worst crime against humanity in history, which is slavery and transatlantic trafficking of Africans to other countries. So this debate about reparations, which is being led by the African Union and which has also taken on great power in the Caribbean and in CARICOM, and looking at the UN, is, of course, this matter of historical reparations. Because now what we are seeing today are the exponential impacts of the historical legacy of slavery, not only because of the poverty that has been suffered by Africans and Afro-descendants, and you can see this. You can see the clear impact of colonialism and neocolonialism in Africa, and this is also being expressed in other current resistance movements. For example, there's a coup d'etat in Burkina Faso or in Niger. We think from a distance that these current resistance movements are related to our ideas of what a coup d'etat is, but in fact, there are other historical conflicts that have been permanently bubbling beneath the surface, and there are other violences associated with different policies in African countries. So we must reflect on this when it comes to reparations, historical reparations, and current reparations, looking at the diverse conflicts that are occurring. And these are directly related to the vision of development that we hold and who is behind this development vision. Looking at resources and resource exploitation, we must look here at ethnic groups in rural areas where people live in very precarious conditions and with great vulnerabilities. In many African countries and in Colombia, we see this clearly. But we must also be clear that Africa is the continent with the greatest forecasts for economic growth, as also is the case for its forecast in terms of the growth of the youngest population in the world, and this is directly related to the projections for 2050. We need to be clear on how this relationship between Colombia and the national political context in Colombia can easily be coordinated with the actions being taken by many countries in Africa, specifically by the African Union, seeking a more just and more socially just world, a world in which development includes all global citizens. The third issue is as follows. We cannot advance with regards to human rights using flat theories. What do I mean here? Human rights are not a natural issue, so building policies with a focus on reparations, well, this does not occur because in a specific national context somebody thinks of doing so, or because in the UN somebody thinks of doing this. These are deeply rooted resistance movements, and these are rooted in current conditions and the need to build new scenarios, seeking well-being and development for our peoples. So if we want to advance with regards to victims' reparations, in the case of Colombia, and when it comes to building public policy, well, this happened thanks to huge social mobilizations led by female victims, youth victims, victims groups in general, ethnic groups, Afro-descendant groups, and peasant groups. And these movements, supported by important organizations, for example, CODES, PCN, which is the Black Groups Process, as well as different peasant and women's groups has or led to pressure, which led to a land restitution and victims law finally being passed. And there's still a long way to go with regards to the implementation of this law. But we are making important steps in Colombia. And when it comes to transitional justice, it is necessary that we talk about African processes. And there's a fourth challenge here in Colombia. We cannot continue to look at Africa as a country. We need to look at Africa like it really is. It is a continent with 56 different countries that are enormously diverse in terms of the peoples who live here. A very powerful economy that continues to grow with significant opportunities for sociocultural relationships and exchange. There's an opportunity for cultural dialogue between Colombia and these African countries to move forward with the development of a solidarity-based agenda between the American continent and the African continent, because the Americas have also been victim to colonialism. Reparations, and this is to close, are related to two specific aspects. We believe that material reparations should be made. Why? Because current conditions are directly related to historical abuses. And looking at the current violences in Colombia, the situation of marginalization and exclusion that is being suffered by Colombian victims is directly related to their displacement and expulsion from their lands and their lack of well-being in new contexts. But also, historically, what we have seen in Colombia, and we also see this in Europe and the United States, the long-lasting effects of slavery and transatlantic slave trade that are directly related to racism and structural racism, and the denial or the negation of the humanity of Afro-descendants requires a different type of reparations being made, looking at the sociological aspect, focusing on the recognition of this situation. And we have to look at this also from an economic perspective. The economies of the aforementioned nations have been built on the foundation of these grave violations of human rights of Africans and Afro-descendants. I'll stop there. Thank you, Daniel. What a fantastic and fascinating reflection. Very, very timely for this dialogue that we are proposing occur between African countries and Colombia. And now we will move to the north of Africa, to Tunisia. And I would like to quickly remind those of you who are not aware of this, that in Tunisia, that is where Arab Spring began. And as a result of these huge social protests, Ben Ali's regime was taken down and a very interesting political transition began. Of course, very complex and also somewhat frustrating at the end. And a truth commission was created in Tunisia, and it delivered its final report some years ago now with several recommendations that were made and that are related to, well, there's one very interesting recommendation that I'm sure we will hear about from Salwa, our dear guest director, or she was, I should say, the program director in Tunisia for many years and is now in charge of several programs in the Northern Africa region. And amongst the recommendations made by the Truth Commission was that of making excluded land reparations, because there were several areas that were excluded under Ben Ali's regime. And there was also a recommendation made to trace indicators to see how development was advancing in these regions that had suffered under the regime, looking at access to basic services, for example, education, sanitation services, livelihood access, and the right to a dignified livelihood. So, Salwa, we would like to hear from you from the perspective of this very long, complex process in Tunisia. How have these connections between development policies and reparations, specifically collective reparations to be made in these marginalized territories, how has this looked? But also, what does this relationship between development and reparations look like? Salwa will speak in Arabic, so please make sure to put on your headsets to hear the interpretation, unless, of course, you're an expert in Arabic.
Today I would like to express my joy, as this is my second visit here in Colombia, a country with great legacy, but also due to its historical relationship with the African continent. I'd also like to start my intervention by thanking my colleagues at the Colombian office of ICTJ, not only for organizing and setting up this event, but also for the hospitality I've received. So I will respond to the questions that Maria Camila has now proposed. So to better understand the dynamics of just transitional justice in Tunisia, I would like to refer to the year 2011, when basically the regime of Ben Ali came to an end after 23 years of a very individual government, where there were recurrent violations of human rights in relation to civil rights and humanitarian rights, but also social and economic rights. And I'd like to pinpoint how interesting those violations, economic and social rights violations, were, as this is what drove actually people to take the streets and to claim for what they called in the year 2011 work, freedom, and national dignity. After this revolution, the country started creating new political agreements, and a committee was established to issue a new constitution that would really reflect the new claims and the new freedoms that the people wanted in this new era. And since that moment, the law of transitional justice came into force. However, this was a path that required international advisory of transitional justice. It was very important to understand why Tunisians wanted transitional justice, what were their aspirations in relation to civil rights, human rights, but also, as I've said before, social and economic rights. In that national engagement and dialogue in relation to transitional justice, what was most interesting was the fact that victims of social and economic rights violations became much more important, because there were political opposers in those territories. In those discussions, it was also highlighted that it was important to talk about what were those economic decisions that led all these people to lines of poverty and inequality, and how to redistribute resources equally, and to acknowledge and identify those who, well, basically profited the most, and to redistribute those resources to those who actually worked. And since that moment, the transitional justice law came into force. It is also important to highlight that in the 10th chapter of that said law, the victims were not only firstly acknowledged, but it was actually the first time that there was a definition of victim within a chapter of transitional justice. And in this chapter, it states that victims are all those individuals that were harmed, be it an individual or a collective or a legal entity, as well as family members who suffered from violations. And this definition also entailed anyone that was hindered from accessing to a right due to this violation. And so, based on this legal framework, when the Truth Commission was established, entity to which it was commissioned to basically investigate all violations of human rights since the year 1955 until the year 2018, the year in which this Truth Commission was established, the Truth and Dignity Commission. They first were appointed to investigate political and economic corruption, but also to work on collective reparation and on the reparation of the victim regions, aside from individual reparation. To this extent, civil organizations, but also inhabitants of those regions, invested efforts in this direction. The Dignity Committee was in charge of working in these topics, and since the 25th of January of the year 2011, we decided to work jointly with the FIDE organization, but also with the Reparation Committee, to really recover the resources needed to fight against criminality. So, given this context, it's very, very important to shed light on the fact that Tunisia, since the 60s, enjoyed a development plan of 5 other different countries where Tunisian organizations worked at that moment, and they communicated with each other to implement these years every 5 years. So the government established these plans as priority. However, these 5-year plans reflected not only the policies of the country, but also in punishing certain regions where political opposition lived. So certainly we could find certain economic resources to develop these efforts in some regions. However, when we reached some regions, there is just exclusion and marginalization. Thus, this created a greater gap and a larger inequality, because there was great flows of migration to the coastal areas that, of course, were benefited from these greater developments and these projects. Therefore, when the transitional justice law came into force, through dialogue, but also through different outcomes, such as the final report, well, there was a key importance on the need of an alternative transitional plan in Tunisia that could firstly highlight what motivated the people to revolutionize in the year 2011, that claimed freedom, dignity, and work, but could also allow Tunisians to access to their rights in such a way that they could really achieve dignity and that they could serve their country instead of systematically migrating or illegally migrating, and rather have a better use of the resources in the country. However, all this, as I said before, required an alternative transitional plan that could address the differences between different communities. For example, as the International Center for Transitional Justice, we endeavored into this project, and we engaged with many victims and non-victims, but rather inhabitants of rural areas or of areas different to the capital. And they all manifested that there was an important point and that these differentiations between the different communities needed to be made correctly and precisely, but also in terms of the differences of inhabitants between those regions and how they needed to feel, how it was important for them to be part or feel as part of a whole country. There was also importance on how to recover that stolen money through the different requirements of development, as well as a fight against corruption. So, of course, fighting corruption is very important, but it's also very important to establish dialogue policies with the youth and establish also preventive measures to prevent migration. In Tunisia, there's also an important case, also due to the work of the Truth Commission. It's also important to acknowledge, for example, the support that different international organizations provided to regimes that hindered as well further development in certain regions. I would also like to finally highlight that one of the aims of this project was in relation to women's victims' reparations. Well, reparation had to be a preventive element to avoid feminization of poverty. So it was proposed that rather we needed to fight against this instead of promoting feminization of poverty. I hope that I covered all your questions. All right, we have very little time, so we need to close the panel soon. However, first I'd like to give 2 minutes to Roger to provide reflections from what you've heard about the panelists. And after Roger's intervention, I'd like to give you each 1.5 minutes to intervene, because I'd like your reflection on something that Salwa has proposed. And I think that this is very interesting as well, which is the idea of region victims, and perhaps what could that contribute to our own context, and perhaps what could be the linkages between this and development, which I think are pretty clear. So Roger, you have 2 minutes. So what would you like to offer as a conclusive reflection from all the panelists' interventions?
Thank you, Camilla, and thank you to all the panelists for the great discussion. I would just note that I really appreciate the way that all the issues have been tied, really well tied into this framework of sustainable development, particularly the focus on the long-term impact of things like historical injustice and slavery and colonialism, and how the impact of these things are really still playing out in societies today, and in the way that economies and development models are structured. And I think that's a very important element that the development lens gives to transitional justice. The other thing I would just respond to is because displacement and migration has been a big part of this of the panel discussion, and I would highlight that the report by the high-level panel on internal displacement, as well as previous reports by the special rapporteur on the human rights of internal displacement, have also specifically highlighted the potential role that transitional justice processes can play particularly in the reintegration of displaced persons back into their communities. This is something that aligns with research that ICTJ has been doing for many years on the issue of displacement in different countries. But I also think that the question of urban displacement and protracted situations where displaced persons are not necessarily returning to communities. That adds a different dynamic to some of that discussion about how reparations processes and truth-telling processes can help reintegration when displaced people return. So thank you, Camilla.
Gracias, Roger. Diego, rápidamente, ¿qué ideas te surgen?
What reflections or ideas would you like to provide, perhaps on this topic of a region victim? Well, I think we haven't really deeply reflected on a region victim. Perhaps something has been superficially said before. I believe there's an underlying topic which I'd like to highlight. Well, in the reflection we're offering here, there's a deliberate will to hinder this region to thrive. And I don't want to be judgmental here. It's not about creating policies to make certain regions thrive. However, in practice, we do have impoverished regions, and perhaps that's not such an aware decision, but rather a result of the state not really doing enough or investing enough attention to those regions. So I would talk about reparation, and despite of being individual reparations or collective ones, and instead of these categories being a distractor, well, the state needs to repair in such a way that these people can thrive and that they are in a framework of sustainable development. So I think the question, or rather the proposal, would be not to focus all of our efforts in individual reparation, but rather let's also redistribute those efforts and how we invest them in how also collectives and regions can thrive. Thank you. I'd like to offer a comment to respond to your question and also acknowledge a statement. We have, well, in the year 2010, after a meeting in Tumaco city in Nariño, there were many situations of deep violations of human rights and internal displacements and killings. And these were greatly linked with natural resources. So we were under a situation of severe human rights violations from Tumaco to Buenaventura, and basically in all the Pacific region, in the 17 municipalities that this region is composed of. And the conclusion was that the deep violation of human rights in the southern Pacific region of Colombia was closely related to natural resources exploitation. So I am fully convinced that this region victim perspective matches perfectly the case of the southern region of Colombia, including the Chocó department. Thank you, Daniel. Marco, I'd also like to highlight that Maria is here, and she can attest that this was a topic that was discussed, how regions were victims, and it was actually quite blurry in the final report. But I remember, Marco, that we were talking about this for a long time, because as it has been well said, there have been clearly marginalized regions and deliberately marginalized due to projects of natural resource exploitation, but it was something that we talked about in that time. These were regions that were deliberately punished, also due to the raising or the appearance of different criminal groups. So in relation to this very complex landscape, well, I'd like to first embrace this idea of how to approach this as regions that have been victimized or victim regions, because I feel that this is an important component. Well, first, the National Historical Memory Center in Colombia acknowledges this, that there are peoples and territories that suffered massive impacts of the conflict, and that these peoples therefore require a very specific approach. I remember San Carlos in Antioquia department had something like 40,000 inhabitants and 23,000 were displaced. They were basically massively affected. And these also are ethnical territories or rural territories. And it's not because these peoples were part of the armed groups, but rather because the armed groups invaded those territories, or because these were territories where there were lots of natural resources to be exploited. Secondly, a point in the peace agreement states a category which is quite rare, but it's a state abandoned territory. However, this abandonment is not something that I fully agree with, because sometimes these territories are militarized, right? However, they are considered a periphery of the country where the rule of law and citizens' rights are quite exotic. So there's, of course, territories where there's a social debt on behalf of the national or the Colombian state. And this is due to this phenomena of centralization. And in the territory of Colombia, there's, of course, a hidden reality of inequality that we need to tackle. That's the second point I'd like to make. And the third one is that there are constant agendas, of course, and we need to basically see or manage how these different agendas can basically come into synergy. Now the world is talking about climate change, of course, and sustainable development. So concepts such as living well, and also the different knowledges, traditional knowledges of the Afro-Colombian peoples and the indigenous peoples are quite more compatible with an environmental protection model. And I think that is the main challenge. How can these durable solutions match all this traditional knowledges? And I perhaps like to close my intervention with words from a very endeared person who said, "Things are impossible until they're possible." Thank you. And Salwa, would you like to provide a final reflection after listening to all these different ideas that our other panelists have shared?
شكرا جزيلا ماريا كاميلا.
Thank you very much, Maria Camila, and all the other panelists. We've had very important contributions from all panelists. Of course, solutions are not impossible. It's simply a matter of thinking about how all citizens in all countries might have their economic and social rights respected in the same way. Always with respect for differences in each community. There are different types of economies that could be strengthened. To strengthen, for example, independence and autonomy of victims. For example, in the form of flexible loans or other types of programs that might enable people to access education in a sustainable fashion. Because a lack of education has a great impact on countries when it comes to their intellectual and economic capital. So here we need to think of having a clear strategy and in fighting against marginalization. But the main strategy here is to ensure that we have political will to have these efforts implemented so that we can put development ahead of any other interests. Thank you very much. I would like to invite our audience to please give a round of applause for our panelists. I think this was a fantastic introduction, and we've got great context to continue with our following panels. Thank you very much. We will now go to a coffee break. We are a little behind our agenda. Maria Camila will tell us what time we should be back here. Okay, let's please take 15 minutes. We'll see you back here at 11:25 for the second panel that will be held, in which we will look at strategies to operationalize reparations, provide support to victims, and establish victim-centered development policies.
Hola. Les pedimos a las personas que están aún afuera del salón entrar por favor y ocupar sus sillas. Vamos a retomar.
So we'll invite everyone who's outside of the room to please take their seats again.
Los invitamos y las invitamos por.
So we'd like to invite you all, please, to take your seats so we can start.
Muy bien, después de nuestra pausa para el café, retomamos entonces nuestra jornada de hoy con el segundo panel titulado Estrategia.
All right, so we'll start with our second panel, which is called Strategies to Operationalize Reparations, Provide Support to Victims, and Establish More Victim-Centered Development Policies.
Perdón, antes de seguir.
Sorry, before continuing, I'd like to ask you to please take your seats and remain silent. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Les contaba que este segundo panel.
So the second panel is called Strategies to Operationalize Reparations, Provide Support to Victims, and Establish More Victim-Centered Development Policies. In this panel, we will talk about different approaches that the civil society organizations have implemented at a local level to really advocate at local levels and provide support to victims and affected communities, especially in related to harm that hinders sustainable development. We will identify the different strategies in the cases of Uganda, Tunisia, Gambia, and Colombia, understanding that these countries offer different perspectives in terms of reparations. So I'd like to call to the stage the following panel. I'd like to welcome Sylvia Achan. She is an activist and a survivor of the Uganda war. Based on her own experience, deprived from freedom, she has helped children, victims of war, from her organization called Golden Woman Vision. which serves more than 500 women and 120 children. She has been awarded with several prizes for her work. I would also like to welcome to the stage Angela Lacor Atim. She's co-founder and director of the programs Watia Kigen, or We Have Hope, a Ugandan organization of women who were kidnapped and who work for the rights and the welfare of children born in captivity. Angela was kidnapped by the Lord's Resistance Army when she was 14, and she was awarded the Marsh Prize in the year 2017. I'd also like to welcome to the stage Janet Kadechi. She is a history and geography teacher with a master's in contemporary histories of the social and human sciences of the University of Tunisia. She is feminist member and a former president of this association, Voice of Eve. With the objective of supporting and reinforcing the presence of women in the public life and decision-making processes, she created the Political Academy of Women in the year 2017 called CD Boozid. I'd also like to welcome to the stage Dawe Musa. He is a retired professor, producer, and director of radio, and president of the Association of Friends of Memory in the land of Tatooine in Tunisia. He's author of 13 books about local history and immaterial heritage. I'd also like to welcome Gloria Bermudez. She is an Afro-Colombian woman of Buenos Aires at the north of the Cauca department. She is currently the legal representative of the Association of Afro-descendant women of the northern of Cauca, or Samba, it's an acronym in Spanish, an association that works to improve the life conditions and the organizational strengthening for Afro-descendant women, among other struggles. And I'd also like to welcome Kainal Yol Semarra, legal representative of the Community Council of Macancamana of San Basilio de Palenque. He's a national delegate of the previous consultation space and a social leader. Aside from this, he is group leader of the collective reparation support group Palenque La Bonga. And I'd also like to welcome Didier Geberi, director of ICTJ Gambia. I'd also like to request from the organizers if they can place an additional seat for our moderator, Didier Geberi, director of ICTJ office in Gambia. I'd like to remind the panelists as the previous panel, to support the interpretation services, let's please avoid using acronyms and rather mention institutions' names in full or programs' names in full. Thank you. And welcome. So I'd like to now hand the floor to the moderator.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will start this panel by saying that a comparative analysis of the implementation of Truth Commission recommendations, in particular in the case of reparation, shows that very few countries were able to deliver appropriate reparation to victims. At best, only partial reparations were delivered to the victims in most of the best situations. And sometimes even, unfortunately, victims will even die without the chance to see the promised land of reparation, as we experience in the countries covered by this study, which report is being launched today. Several reasons are generally advanced to justify the delays in the delivery of reparations, and this include generally the lack of resources that the countries will use as a justification. Sometimes we also have the shifts of political will from the policy makers. Other challenge maybe the limited capacity or understanding of reparations as a concept, but also the inadequate implementation of victim-centered approach that generally leads to the exclusion of victims in the participation of the reparation process. But the good news is that victims don't give up. They continue to fight and for the acknowledgement of the wrong done to them and for the right to reparation. And in this fight, they use the tenacity, they use the ingenuity, they also use innovation, taking into consideration their skills, their capacities, but also consideration of the opportunities that are offered to them in the contest, but also the challenge they have to face in the hope that one day the right will be realized. This second panel will then discuss the strategies used to operationalize reparations, provide support to victims, and establish more victim-centered development policies. It will focus on the strategies that the local civil society organizations use, the way they advocate and influence the operationalization of reparation in their own country. I will invite us today for, let's say, a travel through across different countries, including Uganda, represented here by Angela and Sylvia. We will also go through Tunisia with Janet and Musa, and through Colombia with Kenel and Gloria, to try to see how victims organize themselves to make sure that the right to reparation is respected. The panel will last 2 hours, but due to the time constraint, I will ask each panelist to limit his speech to 7 minutes. So after the panel discussion that I want to be perceived as a conversation, we will open the floor, or we will take some questions actually, or comments that will be addressed to the panelists, and the opportunity will be given to them to respond to the question or comment. So ladies and gentlemen, I think everything is set for us to start our conversation. Maybe I will start with Angela to discuss a bit the needs of victims in Uganda. Your organization, Wakai Kijen's work is primarily focused on supporting children born of war in northern Uganda. Those are the most, or are considered as part of the most vulnerable category of persons in the country. But based on your experience, what are the reparative needs of these children born of war in the aftermath of the conflict? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank ICTJ for hosting this, and I'm glad that I'm here. I'm so happy. All protocols observed. Yeah, being a child born in war or being a child born in captivity is a unique and immediate life-threatening and enduring risk and harm in their lives, especially in the community that they live in. As a child or as children grow, most time their life changes, what they need in life change, but that is not the case with children born of war and children born of sexual violence. Why am I saying this? This is because of some of the needs or the reparative needs that they experience in the community. One of it is lack of access to education or no access at all, no education at all. It's just because of their lives in the community, being born of captivity. Their mother is still striving in the community to get what to eat, to survive in the community, and also with the rising economic life of, I think, all the countries. It's not easy, especially for a survivor who is seeking for reparation, and this has taken so long. Like it was said, I was abducted from Aboke, and at the age of 14, I was at school, but lucky enough, I had a supportive family. But it is really so difficult for a child born in captivity that does not have someone to support him or her, and you're born in the wilderness, and surprisingly, the community does not accept you. The community is not ready to accept you when they come back. I want to give an example of a mother who came back with a child and was at the rehabilitation center. And when families come to the rehabilitation center, most time they hug their children. Thank you for coming back. And this child mentioned that from day one that my grandmother came to visit us at the rehabilitation center, I saw that I was not loved. Why? Because my mother was carried. My grandmother came and carried my mother, but never talked to me and kept on patting my mother that welcome back, welcome back. And I wasn't recognized at all. So those are some of the challenges that the gaps that these children experience when they just came back, when they were young. Another thing is abandonment because of the lack of identity. These children, in the case of the LRA in northern Uganda, most time the men don't want to talk about themselves. They don't want to tell where they come from. And in many times they use nicknames, which as a girl, or that innocent girl, you can't ask a commander, who is your name and where do you come from? And you will never ask that because you're punished or you're beaten. But for them, they will ask every issues or they would want to know you deeply from your home, where you come from, your parents, and most of the girls had to change their names. So the lack of identity. Right now, as we are in the community, it's hard for the parents to allocate where these children come from because the children are asking now because of the stigma that they have and they're marginalized in the community. They're saying, where do I belong? Where do I come from? So this is also one of the issues that is still running around. It is still an issue that is affecting these children in the community up to now. Another issue that is affecting these children is the increased number of these children running away to the street. COVID-19 even made it more worse because most of these mothers were in the town settings. They were rejected from the community because of these children. And now, because they were doing casual work in the community, when COVID came in, there was no kind of work that they should stand and sustain themselves. So they had to go back to the people who rejected them. But it was hard for the children born of war because they were mostly abused. Actually, it triggered a lot of rejection, isolation, and many of them entered into drug abuse because no one wants them. Unfortunately, or fortunately enough, the criminals or the criminals at the street welcomed them and trained them on how to start using drugs and as I talk, there are many who have been arrested in the community and they're in prison. So those are some of the challenges that they experience. And then the food poverty, food security. If we talk about poverty, it's so wild, but still, in the community, because of war in northern Uganda, many of the homesteads still are poor, but now see this innocent child whose mother has no where to stay, and getting land itself is also difficult to get so that they can cultivate something that they can feed with. So this is also one of the challenges that these children experience. And then poor health. There are lots of health issues that derives from this. Thank you so much. I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Angela, for sharing this very painful experience and situation of children in Uganda. I want to turn now to Gloria. Can you please tell us about some of the specific reparative needs of women victims or survivors of sexual violence in the aftermath of the conflict?
Bueno, buenos días.
A very good morning to you all. I am a proud Black woman from the Northern Cauca region, Buenos Aires, a region afflicted by the conflict in Colombia. I am not going to talk only about the armed conflict, but also about the conflicts that we as Afro-descendant communities live through. While it is true that those of us out in territories cannot talk about reparations as related to the armed conflict, we do have to begin to talk about, and are beginning to talk about, historical reparations. Because of the truly heinous way in which we were enslaved. I was not personally enslaved, but my ancestors were. And it is for this reason that I say I'm a proud Afro-descendant woman. From my association, ASOM, which is the Afro-Colombian Women's Association from Northern Cauca, we have been working on strategies that will enable us to continue to empower ourselves not only via knowledge, but also will enable us to continue to confront very serious situations occurring in our territories. While it is true that with the signing of the peace agreement, we felt hope and we saw that a sector had the intention to work with us and to put an end to a conflict that had gone for many years, now we can unfortunately not say the same. We can no longer speak with hope when things out on our land continue to get worse. From our association, the strategies that we have used in working with women in our communities, and I must confess something, I must tell you something about who we are. At ASOM, we are an organization made up of 230 resilient women, Afro-descendant women who have been resilient in the face of the armed conflict. We have had to put up resistance on our land, but also come up with our own strategies to develop resilience so that we can truly speak of mechanisms that will enable us to continue to fight for human rights and human dignity. We believe that reparations must make direct reference to human dignity. There must be recognition of damages that have occurred. And the damages have been differential for women and especially for Afro-descendant women who live in rural areas. And what's more, we live in impoverished conditions. Historical reparations must give us opportunities. Not only economic opportunities, which of course are important, but also others. And here I would like to speak about the work that has been done by the current government to mitigate because we don't talk about making reparations or truly repairing damages, but rather mitigation of damage. Here, nothing can truly make reparations for what has happened. And so this is the road that we have had to tread. From our territories, from our land, we are completely convinced that when we talk about comprehensive reparations, that these include matters such as structural economic issues. And here we must have relevant mechanisms for women, and we are also, some of us, women who are victims of sexual violence. We must be able to reestablish our lives. It's not about going to our lives the way they were before, because it's not possible to make amends for the damage that has been done for us. But we must here talk about reparations and take into account that economic reparations are not only about giving individual reparations. We also want to talk about collective rights. We want to talk about our subsistence. We want to talk about being and having and existing, because historical reparations must make reparations to victims as collective subjects of rights. Our relationship to our land is differential. Black women who have been victims of the armed conflict and have been displaced from their land cannot be given the same treatment. And here, please excuse me, those of you who live in cities, but we cannot be treated the same way as urban residents, because we have a profound and deep relationship with our land. The way that we live, the activities that we carry out on our land are differential and require a differential approach. And in this sense, we are not only victims in terms of being physical victims in our bodies, but our land is also a victim. The environment is also a victim. Therefore, we say that it is important that all psychosocial and psycho-emotional as well as psycho-spiritual spaces be given reparations through art, through music, and through political, social, and economic empowerment. If these three components are not taken into account, then it is impossible to speak of reparations or compensation for damages caused. We have challenges, many challenges. Our institutions must truly have a presence in our land, in our areas, but a differential approach. Not all of us can be treated in the same way, thrown in the same bucket, as we like to say. We want regulations to truly be applied, because they exist, but they must be applied, and they must truly have this focus of solidarity, humanity, and a true desire to make amends for damages caused. Thank you.
What you shared, I understand that despite the different contexts, even the different historical experience of the countries, we generally share the same victims, I would say, share generally the same needs in terms of reparation. Of course, there are some particular aspects, like when you were mentioning, talking about the impact on the environment and how this also affects the life of the victims. All those are to be considered. I just want to add to what you said, the experience of the Gambia, where actually victims share the same needs, but to mention that one particular need is still the search for those who are disappeared. The families are still expecting that the bodies will be found. so that they are returned to them. And since it's not done yet, they are still in this suffering. And also, there is a need of psychosocial support. That is something that is very highly demanded in the Gambia. Livelihood support, support for education, etc. Also key needs for the victims. And there's one particular community in the Gambia that was expelled from the country because of its religious practice, the Kemot Ali community. And this community is suffering from rejection of his identity. You were talking about identity. But also they don't have even the opportunity to have access to the basic social services provided by the government. So all those are very severe needs that victims continue to suffer. Musa, in Tunisia, I understand that there is a strong call for memorializations, so a work for memory, especially in the region of Tataouine, which is known as one of the regions in Tunisia that is marginalized. So can you please, how do you see the relationship between the memory work and combating marginalization in Tataouine?
نعم شكرا السلام عليكم.
Thank you very much. I would first like to express that it is an honor and a great source of joy to be here with you. It is fantastic to share the stage with other men and women who fight for justice for all human beings and who fight against injustice. Tataouine is a state in the extreme south of Tunisia that has suffered from marginalization for many years now, in fact, dating back to prior to independence. During colonial times, it suffered under a military government regime. And there is a long history of marginalization and injustice there. And there was another Tunisian leader in power there for some time. They had total independence, not local or partial independence. And under the French government, in the war against the French government for 20 years, there was a confrontation in 1956. And more than 60 people perished. And the majority of the families of these victims were not able to bury them. And so we can see there that there has been a history of marginalization. And 55 years after independence, freedom and an air of democracy could finally be breathed. So we said, okay, now is the time to recover our memory. And it's important to memorialize this event, even after so many years that have passed. And so we have had to join forces and work with the Truth and Dignity Commission and seek out transitional justice. Salwa, I would just like to take a moment to thank you for your help in this commemorative exercise. And this was, of course, an attempt to put this marginalization behind us. We have collected accounts from different storytellers and narrators in the community. Each community had its own recollection of this historical event, but little by little, these events were forgotten. So we had to move around a lot and really seek out accounts of these historical events. There was also poetry that made reference to these times. We have documented this poetry. I've worked as a radio announcer, and we have hundreds of documents from participants in this exercise, those who held these memories. I, in fact, wrote a book about this, and we've documented these events so that we can put this information in the hands of researchers. We've also worked with the Department of Modern History of Tunisia, because previously it spoke only of the presidential or official version of history. But during this particular president's mandate, all members of the opposition were seen as traitors to the fatherland and were treated as enemies of the state. And here we have truly wanted to commemorate the experience of everyone involved, and specifically women who participated in the resistance. And so women's participation was extremely important. And so we have documented all of this. And what we have tried to do is bring together these memories to revive this history. And this will surely be useful for those who are going to make development-related decisions. Currently, with the work that we are doing with the Truth and Dignity Commission, we are putting together documents based on victims' accounts. Unfortunately, it took some time for this to happen. Now that time has passed, development is our starting point. And the idea is for these commemorative or memorial documents to be used. More than half a century of marginalization with regards to health, education, and transport has passed. For example, in education, the first high school institute was built 13 years after independence. The first academic institution in the area in Tatuan was built in 2005. That is very, very recent. So this region still needs a lot of work to be done. And I believe that development is extremely important. This is based on the conclusions that we have come to with regards to historical memory.
Thank you for bringing this other perspective in the victims' needs for reparation. Memory, of course, is very important in the sense that it helps to re-enhance the dignity of the victims, but also make sure that what's happened in the past is not forgotten. But now I want us to think about the initiative or the strategies that the victims are using. In my introductory remarks, I was saying that victims, of course, they don't give up. They continue to fight. So I return to Kenel and ask if you can describe how the victims in the communities and civil society actors in your context are engaging the authorities and the public to demand holistic, fair, and gender-sensitive reparations, and where applicable, victim-informed development. Thank you.
نعم الحقيقة أن
Perdón. La pregunta es para Keiner. Gracias. I am Keiner Cassiani. I am San Basilio de Palenque, which is the first free peoples of the Americas. We are 50 kilometers outside of Cartagena, and Palenque has maintained its cultural roots. Of course, we have a native language. This language arose from the need for slaves who are uprooted from their home continent to continue to communicate, and we maintain our own Creole language, Palenquera. In response to the question, I would say that in Colombia, everything is regulated. We are a country full of laws. Really, what we're missing is a political will to truly implement these laws. As victims of the armed conflict, we have a law 1448 of 2011, and we have an additional law, Law 70, for ethnic peoples, and this has also been enshrined in a regulation from the ILO. And we have another decree law, 3645, that provides guidelines from the state with regards to actions that should be taken with indigenous peoples, with our peoples. Unfortunately, and I must say it in this fashion, public policies must become government policy. Because we all know that when there's a transition between governments, usually the incoming administration does not value the work that was done by the previous government. And unfortunately, that's what we are seeing here in Colombia. There is a specific case with regards to our 2016 peace agreement. When there was a transition between governments, the agreement was not respected. And as victims of the armed conflict, we, of course, suffered the brunt of this. When prior consultation was held to look at the issue of collective reparations in the San Basilio de Palenque community, what we said to the victims unit, which is the agency that leads this process, we said San Basilio de Palenque must put together a document. And we cannot go only back to 1991, because we know that since the 17th century, we have been victims and been affected by the armed conflict. However, because this was what was stipulated in the legislation, we had to stick to those guidelines. In this prior consultation process, we made reference to the damages caused by the armed conflict at that time, or from the time it started to the present date. The armed conflict truly marked a before and after for our communities, because it is impossible to come in and say that our community 22 or 30 years ago remains the same. Let's say, for example, if before we lived in mud brick houses 30 years ago, had things been allowed to run a natural course, we might be living in more sophisticated dwellings. And so this is directly linked to collective reparations. If we don't take this into account, then the reparations offered are minimal when compared to our community needs. So here, we truly need to take a complete look at what was suffered and the impact suffered as a result of the armed conflict. Because if we don't do so, then these reparations will not fulfill its true goal. And of the 30 actions that were meant to be taken, only 5 have been taken. And the idea is for the reparations plan to be executed in 3 years. And so This is part of a series of actions that are not to be carried out only by the victims unit, but the state at large. But for this plan to be successfully executed, state entities must be present. But unfortunately, we see that they're consistently absent. And we see that they constantly fail our territories. Now we have a challenge in the current National Development Plan, which is being head up by President Gustavo Petro and Vice President Francia Marquez, and this is the issue of historical reparations. When we talk about historical reparations, we are imagining ourselves in a different dimension, but we will, of course, not be able to fulfill all of the needs expressed by members of our community out in the territory every single day. And so, in order to have better reparations, we must also speak the truth. It is only via the truth that we will truly find the solution to make reparations to our victims in a comprehensive fashion. Thank you very much, ICTJ, for this invitation, and thank you for also giving me this opportunity to contribute during this panel and to speak to you about my land and territory.
Thank you very much, Kenil, for this presentation. Yes, just to add to what you said, sharing the experience of two of ICTJ partners actually in the Gambia, Women Association for Victims Empowerment and Think Young Women, which in addition to engaging the local authorities, were also helping in the capacity building of the victims there so that they are able to engage by themselves in discussion with the local authorities, creating some platform for them to engage with those ones, but also using some innovative approach based on the culture or the songs, the drama, to try to advocate for their rights. Sylvia, in Uganda, can you tell us a bit about the tools and strategies that your organization has used to provide interim assistance to the victims, especially since we know that generally the advocacy work can take time and the policymakers or the state authorities sometimes fail to deliver reparation on time?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to sincerely thank ICTJ for inviting me for this important meeting. I'm so excited, first of its kind in Colombia. I would like to say about Golden Women Vision Uganda, what we were engaged in. You know, reparation is a process. We had been having dialogue with the involvement of different stakeholders in the community. We even involved them, that is why we need reparation, but there is still no clear documentation of the survivors. There is need to have the clear documentation of the survivors who came back from captivity and the children born of war. Now, we also been having a music therapy. We feel there is really need to advocate for this. It's very important. We felt that because we involve the different survivors, we have about 29 different subgroups in the region. So we involve different people to come in and then share their stories. We felt like it's important if the world listened to us through music therapy, because in that we were able to share our stories, and out of your story, we get the rhythm, and then we play the song. It heals our mind. That was another strategy that we did. And then also we share our songs to different radio stations so that thousands of people could listen, because there are other vulnerable people who could not afford to come even to the community outreach that we had been doing. So they could listen through the music, through their radio, through the radio talk show. They could listen when they are sitting with their children at home, even from work. They could listen to what the need of the survivors in the community. And then also, we distributed the T-shirts, and all this was support from the ICTJ. I would like to say it was so great because we had to move in different villages, in the different districts, to distribute the T-shirts. Why did we do it? Because there was a lot of stigmatization of the survivors in the community, and even up to now. We have still the stigmatization. Then also we did through newspaper, because you can read through the newspaper and get to know the need of the victims. And that is another strategy that we did. We did the community dialogue, as I said. You know, in different communities, we have different local councils. We have the local council 1, local council 2. So some of our survivors are staying in all those different communities. And we feel if we involve the stakeholders, when we are not there, they will be able to attend to them. That is another way. There is high GBV cases due to stigmatization of the survivors. They have a lot of issues. In northern Uganda, during the war, the atrocities of the LRA war in northern Uganda, we had been staying in the IDP camp. We stayed in the IDP camp, and now the time came when people had to relocate and then come back to their home after so many years. So we stayed. Coming back, there's still a lot of land grabbing. Some of our parents cannot even see the demarcation of where their land is. And some of the women were even forced to sign some document which they don't understand. And at the end of it all, their land is being grabbed. I would like to say that what is being faced, according to this, what the survivors are facing, especially the women, I think I need to share this. We have a lot of gynecological problems. And this is very silent, and the women are dying silently. And it's very expensive to meet the gyne to treat the woman. Not even the woman. We have the men who are dying silently, and they were also being abused in the bush. At a tender age when I was abducted, it's not easy. It's really not easy. Something needs to be done so that we come to the next stage. I would like to say that we carried out the study about the needs of the survivors through the support from the ICTJ. That's where we learned what the survivors need. There is need for interim reparation or a comprehensive one. But I must say that since we need the reparation as the survivors, we also need to look at what kind of reparation do we need. We got it from the survivors, but if some of the reparation, if it's given, it might even in the future bring something different. I'm putting an example of Uganda, like we have the case of Dominic Ongwen. I think most of you heard about it. And now if the reparation is being given to the survivors, what category of the survivors are going to get the reparation? Secondly, what are you going to do for the rest of the survivors? Is it not going to bring war? So also we need to get the strategy on how we are going to you people are going to give the reparation to the survivors and see the result of it, how it will be. So, and then another thing is the United Nations Conflict Resolution 1325 that was adopted. There is need for women to be put in conflict resolution when there is agreement for peace. So you need not to silence us. We need to wake up and do something. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to turn now to Angela. I understand that you engage a lot with the local authority and the government to advance the victims' right for reparation. Can you tell us a bit about this experience?
Okay, thank you so much. Reparation cannot be done singly or like individually, but what we have been doing so much is engaging the government. Unfortunately, the government don't act, but still, what has really supported us to be, as Watiek again, we have implemented now 10 years, but one of the things is giving the space to the victims and also to the government officials, the local government especially. In all our advocacy, there's no time that we'll do advocacy without the informing the government. At times you give them the invitation, but they're not there. The civil society organizations have been so supportive in helping us to push for reparation. We had a petition in 2015 that was taken to the parliament, and when this was led by one of the organizations that was also working with the women victims, survivor, but we all organized every survivors group who were implementing in the community to support and go and petition the parliament for our reparation. But it was so supportive. That day when we came back, we thought that we would receive our reparation. But up to now, we are still struggling. So one of the things that we are doing, we are not keeping quiet. We are empowering and trying to let the children, even the youth, the youth who are born of sexual violence, to speak up. So we do radio, we go for radio talk shows, and we take different categories. So there are times that when we talk, it is not all about, right now it's not all about us, the survivors, because we also see that the community that were, in northern region, all the home states were affected. But the children born of captivity, we feel that it is their cases are most unique. But we give the platform to the public to also speak out, and maybe we ask them questions of why are we still being stigmatized. It's not all about the children, it's also the victims, or the victims of sexual violence that have been abducted. So during this time, I am happy to say that even the community themselves are trying to push up trying to push for reparation, because some of them would also question the government. If you cannot give the reparation to the victims, then how are you going to help us also in the community? But we still have challenges in the community, working with the government, especially our most biggest support has been from the international donors. And right now we are saying, where is our government? Yes, we have good policies, and we have good programs in place. And many times if we engage with the ministers, we engage with the parliamentary, individually as a group, and also collectively, their response is always positive. But we are saying it's time for action. The children are growing up. The victims are dying. The victims have health problems in the community, but there's nothing happening. But as survivors, we are not keeping quiet. We are trying to even work with the communities, with the schools, with the school to ensure that our rights are being heard. And then one of the things that we are also doing, in every implementation that we do, we want to hear the other part of the government. Even if they play about it, but we still ask them, because at some point we need accountability, Our colleagues have been mentioning, people who are seated here have been mentioning about the need-based justice, economic justice, and all that. But if you put the program all in general, like, okay, the victims have suffered, but you're bringing a program that is covering the whole nation. How does it help the survivors? How does it help those who are vulnerable? Right now, we think that integration of our programs is so important, but still, there are lots of challenges and gaps in between that. And then what is pushing us best is just giving the platform and also legalizing all our I would say our programs, and also our stay as a community-based organization. Because when something of insecurity happens, the most targeted organizations are the ones for the survivors, because they feel, okay, it is you people talking about us, it is you people doing this and this. So we are a bit like also a threat. So that is one of the biggest backup, is working with these government officials, even if they're not responding, because at some point they will have to respond. Yeah. As we also struggle in the community to pull up ourselves together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Angela. I did like the fact that you mentioned the challenges, because I believe those are the specific aspects where we need maybe to work more to make sure that our wish for reparation, the right for reparation of victims, is applied. So I want to turn on Janet. I think one of the challenges is that most of our countries are patriarchal societies, and this can affect especially women's access to reparation. Can you reflect on the pitfalls and the possibilities that the community-led initiatives present for women's rights and their sense of agency within existing patriarchal structures? Thank you.
مرحبا بالجميع.
Welcome, and I must say that I'm quite joyful to be here with all of you in this meeting focusing on reparation and victims' needs. Thank you to the ICTJ and all organizations, also to the different allies. I'm from Janet Kadechi from Tunisia, and I actually come from a department where the revolution arose, and during the former President Ben Ali government, before there was greater repression in the rest of the departments of that region, well, there were a great number of victims. From the 17th of December until the 14th of January, which was the day that Ben Ali's regime came down. As my colleague mentioned, it is one of the most marginalized central regions, and it has similar traits. And during the conflict, well, because most supporters during the colonial times, and well, aside the fact that that region was considered a region exclusively to collect taxes. However, it wasn't an area that was included in any type of development project, and that is why it was a very important starting point of the revolution that later extended to the rest of the country. I am a representative of a feminist organization which is called the Voice of Eve. This is an organization that advocates for different women's rights, and we work in three main pillars. The first is to identify and reduce all types of violence against women and girls, and improve socio-economic access or rights access, taking into account that our region is quite rural and that 99% of the workforce is made by women who do not have their basic rights fulfilled. And the third pillar we work on is on women's empowerment. We've worked within a project, an academic project, political academic project for women in the central region, so that we can empower women politically and that they can really speak up for women's rights. Those are the three main pillars that we work on as a civil society organization, and we work hand in hand with all human rights organizations. And we also collaborate with the ICTJ. We've advanced in many works around this, especially around gender-based violence. We've also worked on reparation, especially for the violation of economic rights and political violence against women in this specific department in Tunisia. Actually, the first day that we traveled here to Colombia, it was the International Day of Violence Against Women. And so in these days we celebrate this, and this current year I believe that there is no excuse or justification to any type of violence against women, especially because reports have stated that 1.3 million women suffer from any type of violence in the world. And the most aggravating violence against human rights is actually violence against women, especially political violence against women, which is mainly reflected in the exclusion on behalf of the patriarchal society. A patriarchal society that basically decided on behalf of women and told them how they could use their voices to represent the different political parties, and that they were not really taken into account in political participation. And those women who try to strive in having political representation suffer from assault, harassment, abuse, all kinds of violations, and even legal obstacles. And when I say legal obstacles, well, in the year 2014, we had a resolution issued where it was an equal participation, political participation right was enshrined, which is quite an advance in comparison to historical times. However, in the year 2019, this law was changed, and the new law enabled a tool that almost eliminated women from being able to participate politically. It stated that for an individual to present their candidacy, they needed to be sponsored by 3 other people, and those other 3, well, it's very difficult for women to present their pre-candidacies and to go to these social cafe salons, if you will, to actually have that sponsorship. And so one of the most important objectives was to really prosecute, well, the violence, the political violence against women, and reform this pre-candidacy presentation law, and really help women participate in the rural reforms that could really benefit victims at a local and national levels. There's also an objective of supporting victims through the law, and this was established in the year 2014 by the National Commission, which had different programs that evaluated year by year how these policies could be restructured so that they could better consider needs of women. In brief, this law is composed of 3 elements: to identify and prosecute violence, and this law is a great achievement for Tunisian women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Another challenge, I think, is victim fatigue that we also need to consider. We conduct a number of consultations with victims, involving them, and at some point, they will tell you, all the effort, we don't see the government doing anything in advancing our rights. So how do you deal with this issue when you engage the victims in the consultation and this kind of activities? Kenel, can you share your experience on how you deal with these issues?
Yes, as I said earlier, this is a very complex matter because in the heart of our community, we have certain aspirations. And as leaders, we must be responsible for ensuring compliance with and fulfillment with these prior consultation processes that are held over several days. Because we know that the state or the government arrives with its specific posture and its own criteria, and within our community, we have different aspirations for our territory. Therefore, we have often had to advance with and implement the government's plans as social leaders due to a lack of government effort. In San Basilio de Palenque, we were able to advance with collective land titling efforts because this for us was absolutely fundamental with regards to our community aspirations and desires. It was not an easy fight. And we had to really be resourceful to think about how to do this. We had to work with high-level consultations and also look for emblematic cases in collective land titling to advance in San Basilio de Palenque. And in working with Dr. Gerardo at the NIT group, we saw how we needed to work with more than 230 delegates in the national space, representatives of different ethnic groups. And just a few months ago, this intensely desired land title was given to the community. We also have a specific plan, and we've carried out a partial consultation process for this. The government said it's easier to get the government entities here together in the capital of the country. In fact, the San Basilio delegation was included. But we traveled a great distance to participate, more than 600 kilometers to be here in Bogota. And what we found is that many of the institutions that had been called on to participate didn't arrive to the meeting. So, of course, this left us with a bad taste in our mouth because as territories, we, of course, have an intense desire to have our needs heard. And we are all anxiously trying to move forward so that we can advance within our families and our territory. We also have a special safeguarding plan because Palenque is historic, has been declared by UNESCO cultural heritage or heritage for humanity. And therefore, if we do not protect what is ours, it will be, of course, taken away from us. From a community perspective, we were able to advance with this plan because this heritage is what will continue to differentiate us from others as palenqueros, as people from the Palenque region. And so as a group, our request is that the state demand the application of its own laws. There must be sanctions applied by the president, and there also have to be efforts made to facilitate the implementation of these plans. So our call and our request is for government officials who hold these positions to make an effort. These are comprehensive, integrated plans that will, of course, not resolve 100% of our issues. Because when we're talking about victims who have lost family members, the loss of those family members can never be repaired. But the idea is to have greater acceptance and to help the territory at the collective level. This isn't easy. It's a constant battle. And as a people, as Palenquero people, we have been fighting this fight now for more than 400 years. And so we must continue to raise our voices. We must insist and never desist. And what we are seeking, of course, is to have our collective rights recognized, because this is what will truly help us to advance as a community. There is a phrase that was said by one of our wise elders, which is that total peace arrives when inequalities come to an end. And this was said by one of my colleagues earlier. And this applies from the very highest to the very lowest levels. Thank you very much.
As the panel comes to its end, and before I give the floor to Miriam, I want to ask one final question to Gloria, talking about the lessons learned. In your perspective, what lessons may be helpful to the decision makers, victims, and civil actors who are working to integrate reparative measures into development assistance?
I must begin by saying that it is very important when it comes to lessons learned based on our experience within the organization that as women, we must come up with our own tools for prevention, protection, and also services related to all kinds of violence. As was said by my colleague who spoke just before me, for us, nothing has ever been easy. We have to insist, persist, resist, and never desist. With regards to our experiences and lessons learned, we must continue to work on our different approaches. I think that this word has been one that I've repeated many, many times this morning. But it is very important that differential approaches and differential gender approaches truly be applied, so that in all spaces in which we speak about reparations, whether these be historical, collective, or individual, we ensure that these approaches are applied as they should be with regards to each initiative and each proposal. It is of utmost importance that we coordinate with government institutions. It is absolutely fundamental that they understand why we, out in the Colombian territories, have a differential relationship that is so deeply rooted with our land, and why we have this need to come up with relevant plans. They must be relevant socially, politically, and economically speaking. Women who have been victims of sexual violence cannot be addressed only by mitigating this damage with economic reparations, but also by looking at how we might integrate services provided, for example, psychosocial, psychospiritual services, and additionally by incorporating our own mechanisms in these services. For example, with the inclusion of cultural spaces and the inclusion of our knowledge and traditional practices. It is extremely important that this be understood and that we are able to rebuild and repair affected bodies. And so as a lesson learned, I would say that we must continue to maintain these coordination efforts, connecting them with local, regional, and national as well as international efforts. It's important to work as brothers and sisters so that we can truly advance and escape from this cycle. Oftentimes we say there's no real way to get out of this cycle, but experience shows that yes, we can escape from these cycles and we do have other options. I will stop there, but I would like to thank the ICTJ for the invitation, and I'd like to leave you all with an important message that I received this morning to my phone. Let us work together for a world where we are socially equal, humanly different, and completely free. This message was sent to me by an African woman, Rosa Luxemburgo. Thank you. Thank you.
Wise advice and recommendations. Miriam, I will call you to share some thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Didier. I'm abusing my privileges here because I thought it would be useful to draw some reflections of the conversations we have heard and we participated in. And I know that Didier would have wrapped up beautifully, so again, apologies and thank you for being so gracious and giving me the floor. A few reflections that I would like to put to your attention and for further thought. Victimization stems from marginalization and discrimination, which is a social problem in itself and requires a political answer. The victimizations and the violence produces intergenerational damage, as we heard. Again, this requires a social response, which is not solely a burden of the victims, as in many contexts we heard it remains, but it is a collective responsibility. And therefore, the collective form of reparation, it's not only what is more effective, more appropriate, that has better chances to address the root causes, it's what is just. Because socially and community-wise, we need to understand that if some members of our community have suffered those atrocities, there is a collective need to contribute to their well-being and through that to our well-being. So that, however, brings in itself big problems because communities need to be solidal and to share a certain political visions on how to prosper together. We have seen in Uganda, for example, how still survivors of sexual violence, and this is just an example, I mean, these ladies are involved in many other problems, but survivors of sexual violence are still stigmatized, the role that they still are limited in playing in their communities, not to speak about their children, who at this point in time remain stateless because their mother is not enough to provide them the first form of recognition as citizen of a collective. So what these, I think, it's important to realize that collective reparations are essential because these are collective problems. That, however, the collective response has challenges in itself. It is divisive, and I think that the case of Tunisia is extremely important a country that has committed and went through an incredibly ambitious transitional justice project that ended with the stigmatization and demonization of victims again, like those that demand resources that the state is not able to provide. But those resources were taken away in the first place, and the development programs are deputed to address those problems. And I would like to conclude with two reflections that to me are particularly valuable. Participation of victims in processes, the reparative nature of participating is clear to all of us. But the political activism to provide a space for those victims, for that participation, to ultimately influence the policy decisions is what we are talking about here. And I think that Gloria, Silvia, everybody here has testified about that. The resistance towards decisions that harm the global goal of transitioning and prospering as a community. And to conclude, really, there is a quote that informs my commitment, my daily engagement, the honor I have to accompany these individuals in their struggle. It's a quote from Brian Stevenson, a very well-known activist in the field of racial justice in the US, who said that the opposite to poverty is not necessarily wealth, is justice. Through justice, we can achieve, and we believe it's the only way to achieve, equity and a sense of wealth, which in our eyes is well-being, dignity, and equity for all. Thank you very much. I think that we can now finally release you for a break. No, not yet. There are some questions. Thank you for the questions. I'll give back the floor because clearly I'm not prepared. So I'll give back the mic to Didier. Thank you, Didier.
Thank you very much, Miriam. So we have two questions. One is in English and the second in Spanish. So I think I will call Maria to help with reading. So I will read the first question that is actually addressed to our panelists. So anyone who feels comfortable to respond can take it. So the question is, can you mention a successful example of reparation in one or two contexts, something that made you feel repaired? You have the question, you get the question. Can you mention a successful example of reparation in one or two contexts, something that made you feel repaired? Do you even feel repaired?
Pues,
in terms of the process we have been advancing with, and something which really made us feel repaired or freed in our community, was an act that was carried out with the Truth Clarification Group, because there was a case of impunity in the face of a massacre that occurred in San Basilio de Palenque. And the main actors involved spoke the truth about this massacre that occurred. This was a truly emotional moment for us, and it freed our community of something that we had been demanding information about for 20 years. So for us, this was very meaningful.
No response? Gloria?
Bueno,
In the north of the Cauca region, it must be said that the recognition of the Cauca River as a subject of collective rights was something that we have seen to be gradually successful, because the relationship that we have with water, with the environment, and with everything that occurred on this land, and those of us who are victims and who live on the land, for us, this is something very positive, the recognition of the river as a subject of collective rights. As an organization, we appeared before the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, and we have been recognized also as collective subjects of rights. And there are some additional activities being carried out in our territory, which we see as positive. And we can see that reparative actions are being taken. They are not yet comprehensive actions, but at least we're on the right track. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. One of the things that I feel that has made us repaired is the civil society giving us the platform to speak out for the issues that are affecting the survivors and the children born of sexual violence in the community. It is not easy if it is only the survivors that are speaking up, unless you give us a platform to speak out. So I acknowledge the UN agency that has picked it up, the UK that have picked it out in the prevention, putting a legal framework in the prevention of sexual violence in armed conflict. It gives us the freedom, at least the release, not freedom, but at least the hope that in future there is something that is going to come out of it. It is not only us speaking about these issues, but there are now civil society organizations, there are NGOs, there are people now coming up to support us in talking about these issues. We appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Reparations in Tunisia must be spoken of. As we have heard from the other panelists, we have not made huge leaps in terms of transitional justice. However, there have been some advances. There was a law that was put together in 2017 to fight against gender-based violence, or more specifically, violence against women. That created spaces in which female survivors of sexual violence could be heard. And at my organization, the Eva Voice Association, we speak with victims. And we must continue down this legal path and continue to provide psychological support with other institutions in order to empower women and not see them only as victims of sexual violence, but also see them as citizens as subjects of rights. This is important not only in our department, but also within the Ministry of Justice. And so we are working to build these listening centers for women around the country. We built a center in the south of the country. It is a new center. And the state cannot do this alone, because the resources that the state has are very limited. And so we must draw on human resources from civil society to help in this respect. Thank you very much.
Maybe the Truth Commission has a mandate to also deliver reparation. Unfortunately, the reparation was not complete. But I believe that if the Commission was able to properly deliver the reparation, maybe the victims will have feel a bit repaired. But that was not the case, and so far it's kind of challenging for them still. And like you said, I think one of the satisfaction they have is through the commitment of civil society organizations like the ICTJ or other organizations, creating this space to helping them to discuss the issue, giving them the hope that things will happen, giving them also the capacity building so that they have the agency to engage by themselves with the local authorities. So for now, we cannot say that there is a sense of satisfaction. It's a work in progress, and like you said, it's important for victims to keep engaged, to continue pushing, and we hope that, the change will happen. Second question? Maria, we have.
Good afternoon, dear panelists. What strategies or actions can be implemented to commit the rest of society to processes of justice and reparation, and allow for more solidarity and empathy with the fights and the claims that have been promoted by social organizations and victims' organizations? What strategies or actions can be taken to commit the rest of society to processes of justice and reparation, and allow for more solidarity and empathy with the fights and the claims that are promoted by organizations that are social and that are victim-led?
Thank you very much. We want to take the question. Empathy is very important, especially since reparation also involves issue of development, and sometimes some members of the community maybe don't understand why you are providing this reparation to the victims and not to them, especially when they are also going through a difficult time. So how do you deal with this need of empathy and making sure that the whole community is also supportive of the overall reparation process? I hope that's kind of summary of the question. Okay, maybe I will start with the experience in the Gambia. What we're doing there is to widen, let's say, the conversation about reparation through the involvement of the media. I'm trying to make some, promote reparation, make the process, the concept understood by the people. And for that, we work with a pool of journalists who we sponsored to write articles on victims' experience, trying to bring on the light the ordeals the victims are going through daily as a consequence of the violation they suffered. But we also work with some community radio, and for that especially we are working right now to put in place a pool of radio animators who will also be in charge of organizing or producing some radio programs to discuss those issues and try to raise the awareness of the citizens on these issues, but also try to collect the feedback of the community members in the way to create a kind of dialogue or discussion between victims and the other members of the society. Because for us as civil society organization actors, those issues are kind of clear, but sometimes when it comes to the members of the community, is another challenge that needs to be addressed, and I think using the media is a process that can help this issue. You want to try?
Yeah, to me, I would like to say that before the reparation, I think there is need to involve the cultural institutions and then the religious. Because with the cultural institution, I'm going to put it an example like when I was abducted at a tender age and taken to captivity. What I saw in captivity wasn't that something that a human being sometimes have to see. The killing, just in front of you. I remember one of our friends, when we were abducted, we stayed about 1 week in the bush. So she was like, you come, Sylvia, so that we go and fetch firewood and then collect water. I told her, no, I'm not going. But other ladies went. So when they went, 3 of them escaped. So we started hearing the bullets. At the same time, the ladies they caught them, brought them. Immediately, some of the ladies were still cooking at the bush. So because when you have a stopover, you need to cook very fast and then leave immediately. So at that time when the lady came back and started, some of the ladies brought the water and the lady was caught. They brought her, telling everyone to get up, stand in one line, and then at the bush there was somebody, we call him teacher, so he could begin to pray. And they told us, while we are lining you up, we are going to tell you what we want and what we are going to do. So the ladies were brought in front of us, saying that they covered themselves and then saying, we are going to kill them because we don't want you to escape. And we want you to see. If you don't see, then you'll be the next person. So at that time, they were beaten, not even using the gun, but they used the panga to hit them. After doing that, they said, just turn your back and carry all the saucepan that you have, begin moving. So I must say why we have to involve the cultural institution is that there are a lot of nightmares that the 3/4 of the survivors had been facing. I myself faced, but the cultural institution helped me. And then there is need also for the religious institution. In my organization, you need to give me this time. In my organization, we have different religions. We have the Muslim, the Catholic, the Anglican, and these are the survivors. So in that, what we do is that they pray in different shift. So today they pray, like in a week we meet about 3 times. So to me, I feel it's important to involve the religious and cultural institution before the reparation. And then the policy need to be set. When the policy is set to guide the reparation, then things can go well, with the involvement also of different stakeholders. Thank you.
Sí, yo lo que pienso también.
What we proposed to build empathy and allow for the rest of society to understand that human rights were violated, well, we used the media, digital platforms, in order to share and disseminate information. And in this sense, artists and content creators, TV channels should be involved to perhaps produce short films and other small clips to raise awareness. We had an interesting experience here, which was also a little painful and was quite criticized. But the peace agreement established a series of seats in Congress for demobilized guerrilla fighters, and many existing congressmen would not recognize or respect the newly appointed, recently demobilized congresspeople who would come and occupy those seats created as a consequence of the peace agreement. So, as you can see, there was a lack of awareness, a lack of education among those congressmen who, just like the rest of society, need to be educated, to be, well, given all the information to have a more constructive behavior.
for us, in the case of Uganda, northern Uganda, I just feel that there's need of acknowledgement that the community themselves have suffered this atrocity. Much as we were abducted and taken to the bush, they were running up and down. That is some of the things that the gap that we had before is during when we were rehabilitated at the center. The counselors kept on saying, it is well, it is well. It was all about us, the victims. But with my community work in the community, I've realized that the society, the community in northern Uganda, or actually sub-region, has also suffered because of being in the bush. Their houses were burned and they were running up and down. So we need to have a peaceful harmony among us and the community. So what we are doing right now, because as children born of captivity, there was that hunger of the identity. But we are trying to educate them because we feel they are the biggest harm to the community in the future, whereby with all these society abuses and rejection and all that, we feel that they are planting inside themselves also that hunger of saying, okay, of revenge. So we talk to them and we say, you know what, this thing has happened. Even the community themselves from home were affected. So that they know that as we talk and as we fight for their rights and freedom, they need to have that empathy of the people who are also living in the community. And this is the same thing that we are doing to the community. So we are trying to engage the mothers and then the children to integrate, to work, to go in the community to do social work, community work. Like, for example, going to school, doing cleaning to say, okay, we appreciate you for voluntarily. We appreciate you for accepting our children to study with your children in the school. So we try to push the youth also to do something in the community, to change the mind, because we feel that it is the mind, the mindset for us, in order for us to have a peaceful environment. We have to think about the other side. We have to think about the other part of it. So to me, it's all about peaceful bringing, peaceful making, as we strive for reparation. So during our radio talk show, most time, we acknowledge, we tell them, we know what you've suffered. So how should we do it collectively so that our voices, so that we live in the peaceful northern region where we don't separate each other. I can live in any community. If I'm moving, I can only, if I'm stuck, I can run to a neighbor and the neighbor helps me. That is actually what we are doing right now. And I think it is also important to acknowledge that it has happened to both sides, even if it is so much I feel so bad, and I feel so, it is a difficult process, but it's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Gloria, just 2 minutes to conclude, and then we will close the panel. The microphone to Gloria.
Well, several stakeholders need to be involved in reparations, be they historical reparations or reparations for dignity, which includes the state in general, the national government, academia, civil society, from all sectors, all ethnic groups, and of course international partners who play an important role here in Colombia, for example. We all need to sit at the same table and discuss the rights to reparation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kenel, Sylvia, Angela, Janet, Musa, and Gloria. Thank you very much. Thank you to you all.
Bueno, muchas gracias a nuestras invitadas e invitados.
Thank you very much to all our guests. It was a very interesting exchange of experiences. We will now break for lunch. Please be back at 2:30, 14:30, because we will start the third panel at that time, which is about synergies between reparations, criminal accountability, and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Hey. هاي سيدي يعطيك الصحة. جو كبير ياسر. جو كبير. برافو ميرسي. جونتي هاتو. هاي يعطيك الصحة.
ey. Ey. Ey, ey, sí, 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 sí. Ey, ey. Ey, ey. Ey, ey, ey. Sí, sí, ey, 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 ey. ¿Se está conectado? ¿Se está conectado desde el celular también? Porque es que hagamos desde un celular. Ey, 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 sí, 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 sí. Ey, 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 ey. Bueno, aquí yo estoy ingresando al este por micrófonos. Hola, sí. Ey, ey, ey. Ey, ey, ey. Hola, hola. Ey, ey, ey. Sí, sí, sí. Sí, sí, sí. Ey, ey, ey. Ey, ey, ey. Sí, sí, sí. Ya está entrando el Zoom, ¿sí o no? Ey, ey, ey. Ey, ey, ey.
Buenas tardes. A las personas que ya están en el auditorio les pedimos ocupar sus lugares. Ya vamos a arrancar con nuestro...
Those of you who are here in the room, please take a seat. We would like to invite those of you who are outside of the room to please come in. We are about to start with the third panel.
Uno, dos, probando. Uno, dos, probando.
Hello, check. Hello. Hola.
No. Ampliación del log disponible. Mira.
Creo que después de la provechosa hora del almuerzo ya vamos a iniciar nuestro tercer panel.
So, we'll now start the third panel of the day. If you don't have your interpretation receivers and headsets, please make sure you get one outside of the room. The third panel is called Synergies between Reparations, Criminal Accountability and Sustainable Development. This panel will look at the different contributions of reparations and accountability to the sustainable development process. This topic is in fashion in Colombia. It's being dealt with by the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. We'll also talk about the special seizures of goods in Colombia, and we'll also hear about transitional criminal justice processes in Uganda, among others. I will invite the members of this third panel to join us. Manuela Ochoa, she is a magistrate at the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. She is a Canquamo indigenous woman. She's knowledgeable in human rights, international humanitarian law, rights of indigenous peoples with a gender approach, and the rights of children demobilized from the armed conflict. She's also very knowledgeable about the special indigenous jurisdiction. I also invite Sonia Londoño. She's the Deputy Director for Comprehensive Reparation to Victims. She holds a master's degree in anthropology, and she was the coordinator of the indigenous chapter at the Colombian Truth Commission, and she's also been involved in the development of the public policy on victims in Colombia. Mrs. Mariam Akumu, an ICTJ partner in Uganda, with a wide experience on transitional justice, humanitarian response, law, gender, governance, and the formulation of public policy. And The next panelist will connect online Ali Abbas, who is the representative of the State Agency for Litigation in Tunisia, and he will be following us online. And our moderator is Anne-Miriam Rocatello, ICTJ Deputy Director. So bear in mind that we will refrain from using acronyms in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters. And I'd like to remind the audience that before lunch we distributed little sheets for questions so that questions may be asked at the end of the panel. So I'll now give the floor to Anne-Miriam Rocatello, who will be the moderator of this third and last panel of today.
And welcome back. Thank you for making it through this long session and being with us even this afternoon. I promise you that this discussion will reinvigorate our thinking. It is a discussion that is particularly close to my heart as a person that was personally involved in criminal prosecution for international crimes. And it wants to highlight, to present a number of developments that are occurring in the transitional justice field. As I was mentioned this morning in my opening remarks, there is globally a general trend that has reevaluated the elements and the goals of reparative justice within criminal accountability in general. And although I do not have empirical evidence yet, I wonder whether the experience and the various models so far acquired of criminal justice in transitional context has finally influenced this new lens, this new understanding of what criminal justice should achieve. Certainly in transitional context, because of the massivity of the violations, the massivity of victims, the nature of those violations, criminologists have acknowledged since some time ago that the classic objective of criminal accountability is retribution, reintegration, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and others may be not entirely germane to what we are trying to do. While, on the other hand, the general and most important goal of criminal prosecution in transitional context is the message and the persuasion of the society that atrocities need not to occur again and need to be remedies in many different forms. So the many lessons we have learned in continuing our efforts to prosecute atrocity crimes is that the very nature of those crimes require a different inclusion and participation of victims. Because those criminal proceedings that are generally governed by the stringent rules of criminal law, nonetheless, have a higher or broader objective. And the participation of those that suffered in the process itself can be reparative in nature. So all these elements that we have learned, I must say, on the tears and blood poured by the victims, are resulting in big structural, legislative, institutional developments, of which, once again, Colombia is a great example. And I am very pleased to have Anna Manuela with me again, with whom I would start with the first question, this big novelty of the Colombian Special Jurisdiction for Peace proceedings with explicit, complex, but quite organic reparative elements within the proceedings themselves. So what, as a magistrate that is fully immersed in the Sala de Reconocimiento, if I'm not mistaken, you are fully immersed in these elements of the proceedings, and if I may, also as representative of a community that give a lot of importance to the acknowledgement and the reparative nature of justice. Can you just share with us, what do you think these proceedings how they can really provide a meaningful form of reparations to the victims that are able to participate in those proceedings that are for system crimes, I would like to remind everybody, so macro cases involving a multitude of individuals. So how do you think that we can really achieve through these proceedings, at least partially, the objective of the providing sense and tangible reparation to victims?
Hello. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to first thank ICTJ and the organizers of this event for their invitation. With the occasion of this Colombia-Africa dialogue on reparations and sustainable development. And as Miriam was saying, I am a magistrate of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. Not of the Sala de Reconocimiento, but rather of the Department of Recognition of Truth and Reconciliation. So you may know that this Special Jurisdiction for Peace is the result of a peace agreement. And this court is in charge of basically adopting a series of rulings on the most important crimes of the Colombian conflict. Now, to answer your question, well, it's a question that could seem easy to answer. Besides, I am very passionate about restorative justice, so I could perhaps give you a very long answer about this, but let me perhaps start by mentioning all the positive sides of a restorative justice model in transitional contexts, such as that of the JEP, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. The persons appearing for the court are heard in a different way. Justice is rendered in a different way. We always try to seek full and detailed truth, which is truly the main instrument that we use. Now, for perpetrators, it also is a means of understanding the harm that was caused, which is one of the essential elements of restorative justice. So all these elements really are to be seen at JEP. However, this in itself is not enough. We need other measures to take the victims out of the situation they were brought in by war. War which has excluded them, marginalized them, which is why I think that the word synergies as the title of this panel has it, is truly central. Synergy comes from biology, social sciences, and political science. It describes the conjunction of efforts to solve issues in society. In biology, it's understood to be the sum of the forces of several organisms who work together. And in our context, this word could be understood as the possibility to change liberal approaches of the way we generally manage human relations and perhaps invent new ways of doing things. So within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we know that the aspirations of the international community have been taken into account. 17 objectives, 169 goals. Sorry, 19 goals and 169 objectives, which seek to work in so many different fields. And out of these 17 goals, what I tried to do was selecting a couple that are closely related to the impacts of the work that HEP is doing on reparation. Especially in the framework of case number 3, which deals with events that happened in the north of Colombia by a battalion known as the Battalion La Popa. So goal number 1 is to put an end to poverty in all its forms. Goal 5 is gender equality and women empowerment. Goal 8 is to promote sustainable, inclusive and sustainable economic growth. There's another one about decent work for all. Goal 10 is to reduce inequality within countries and between countries. Then there's another one about the promotion of peaceful societies for sustainable development, facilitating access to justice, and build efficient and inclusive institutions that can be accountable. So, in the framework of this case, case number 3, which I'm working on with my team and our office, we are currently analyzing correspondence. Said analysis have revealed certain elements that we have already disseminated or revealed in our first conclusions. And the first thing is that direct victims in this case were young people, youths, some of them homeless, some of them with cognitive disabilities, many of them unemployed, many of them belonging to indigenous people, people of African descent, and also in general impoverished and underserved. So this is clearly when we can start talking about synergy in the work that we do. Another takeaway is that the victims in this case are mostly women, mothers who have been seeking their disappeared children for years, or some who have even inherited this search from the previous generation. Which is why talking about gender equality and gender in general is fundamental in this case. I believe that the people who face atrocities and can become victims in a systematic way suffer from a breach or some kind of a disruption in the way they understand life, with solidarity, or just simple things in everyday life, such as knowing that they will be alive tomorrow morning when they wake up. Some of these things The disasters they've experienced can't even be described in words, and some even face difficulties to be understood, supported, which in turn feeds into the frustration upon witnessing the fact that the state is not able to bring a lasting solution to their difficulties, and they just cannot be heard. The different steps of the legal process, where we hear the victims, or other stages when we try to generate restorative initiatives, or saying the truth quite simply, seems to be bearing fruit and gradually giving these people their role as citizens in society once again. However, all these families experienced atrocious loss of their beloved ones, and they are stigmatized after lives of efforts. Therefore, they must recover their dignity in order to finally escape the systematic barbaric violations that they have experienced. This is a fundamental task of the state. It implies rethinking existing public policies or designing new ones that acknowledge the fact that populations who have been victims of gross violations, especially if they were already at risk or excluded before, well, were clearly pushed into endless poverty by violence. A poverty that they cannot overcome on their own, which is why we require innovative ways of providing restorative justice. Generating employment is not enough to alleviate poverty. It's a vicious circle. We must recognize the value of care at home by caregivers. We must put together support networks and compensate the structural absence of the state for decades. We must recognize the role of civil society to seek justice, to seek the bodies of the people who disappeared, and, of course, consolidate family and community unity. I wish to finish by saying that what we found, the families of the victims who were killed as if they were combatants, although they were not, are very poor families, unemployed. They were fooled with a job offer, but then those youths were killed. Those families have been seeking their children for years. They have also sought to clean the names of their children. A decision of ordinary justice was not enough. They needed to make sure that everyone knew that their children were not criminals, were not paramilitaries, were not guerrilla fighters. These are the families that we are finding. They're in the poverty trap. Because those families, as soon as they were victims of those events, started fighting for truth about their children. Such is the reality of this case of extrajudicial assassinations by the state in the framework of the Colombian armed conflict, and the restorative processes that we are carrying out. And of course, they help, but they are not enough. We must do more to take these families out of poverty. Thank you.
Only two keywords, synergies. That is the perfect link to the next question that I would have for Ms. Londonio. However, I have to ask your apologies. The other panelist, Mr. Abbas, is in Tunis at the moment, and it's getting a little bit late. So apologies, I had a logical sequence of questions, but I'll jump now to ask his contribution. Mr. Abbas, first of all, thank you so much for confirming your attendance and participation. I think it is very important for the world to know more about the Tunisian experience. In your capacity as the head of the State Litigation Authority, you coordinate, you lead the efforts also directed at retrieving assets that were illegally acquired and that are often abroad, but not only, and that in the spirit of the transition in Tunisia originally were thought could be the primary, but certainly an important source of funding for reparation programs for the Tunisian victims. So we know as a jurist how difficult it is to conduct legal proceedings for the confiscation and disposal of assets, particularly when abroad, but there are also complications in directing those funds once retrieved, and if retrieved, to specific policy objectives like reparation. What, in your view, how can the coordination, the efforts of multiple actors, state authorities that are involved in this effort, how important it is, even though it seems obvious, but how particularly important is to show this coordination, an effective common effort for the goal of repairing victims?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for showing us this strong relationship between making reparations to victims and sustainable development. And we will now talk about the Tunisian case. Let me please say, from the beginning, that with regards to Tunisian legislation, the Tunisian constitution does not make reference or does not use the word victim. Rather, we talk about the people's revolution and the uprising in response to dictatorship. We also make reference to taking control of public matters. In our constitution, there's reference made to the fact that all rights must be respected. The absence of these rights can do nothing more than lead to violations of victims' rights. The word victim, with regards to Tunisian laws, is not used. It is mentioned in a law from year 2017, and it is with specific reference to putting an end to violence against women. The word is used multiple times in that legislation. The third chapter of that law defines victims as women and children who live with the women who are the objects of this legislation, who have suffered physical or mental or economic damages due to violence against women, or those who were deprived of their freedom through actions or words that represent a violation of rights, as it is referred to in Tunisian law. And the official state gazette makes reference to the definition of this specific word. The initial law from 1953 was then modified in 213 to establish transitional justice. And in the 10th chapter, victims here are defined as any individual who has suffered damage due to a violation of the specific rights that are enshrined in this law. Family members of the main victim are also considered victims due to their connection with the main victim. And each person or any individual who suffered damages upon intervening to protect the victim. This definition includes anyone who has suffered exclusion or systematic marginalization. In transitional justice legislation, the word victim is used several times in several chapters. But we must have a broader definition of the word victim. And we must be able to recognize the existence of collective victims. If we have a legislative recognition of victims, then we can also recognize that there are individual and collective victims. Using this as a starting point, we can then begin to pass transitional justice laws and recognize all complaints that have been raised to move forward with victims' reparations. And therefore, broadening the definition of victim to include all communities, individuals, and groups that have suffered damages, we would be able to advance. In 2011, upon questioning, many people responded that all people in Tunisia were victims. And even though the use of this word might appear metaphorical, the gravity of the violations as reported in some official documents do show that the impact reached all communities and had a negative impact on all members of these communities, and additionally that there was a negative impact on the entire country. Looking at all of these different social, economic, and development aspects. And this direct influence also enable us to see these violations as a type of corruption when making reference to people's property, collective property, or legal personalities. And this is especially important when we make reference to all regions that suffered from systematic exclusion. And we can see how they were excluded from development in a very systematic manner. It is also evident that this problem must be looked at more closely in the future to ensure prosperity in the country. In 2022, in one of our laws, we saw a description of these violations. They were described as the pain that was caused by perpetrators, and an emphasis on the importance of curing these pains via a serious process operating outside of corruption and lies, which has also led to corrupt practices and managing of public monies without accountability, as well as exploitation of natural resources. The terms included within transitional justice and victims' reparations included therein were not sufficient for Tunisian society, because this system must take into account the recovery of dignity, human rights, and national reconciliation, overcoming damages and pain, and re-establishing economic well-being for all. Tunisian legislation beyond transitional justice attempt to include reparations, offering compensation to victims, and the strong relationship between repairing damages and sustainable development. And in this new text, there is a great deal of text dedicated to victims' reparations and sustainable development. And a reference is made to how natural resources may be used to serve local and national sustainable development. The new attempt in Tunisia gave special importance to victims. And so victims are local communities, institutions, organizations. And so with this new attempt, this new legislative attempt, which is Law 13, which is specifically related to reconciliation and the use of natural resources, includes in its first chapter an emphasis on different reconciliation procedures to be conducted with the state. Reference is made to economic reparations and the illegal benefits enjoyed by the state, or how the exploitation of these natural resources could lead to both legal and illegal benefits. Those who caused economic damage to the state and its institutions or to any other organization is something that must be included in transitional justice. This national group must work with the principle of equity. This law must replace previous attempts made by the state, and these new attempts must be presented to the state and its various institutions, calling upon all to build national and local projects. This new legislation includes each and every individual or legal personality who had sanctions, administrative sanctions imposed upon them, and upon those who caused economic damages. Additionally, each individual or legal personality
وكذلك الثروة المادية والمعنوية التي استفادت من الأملاك المصادرة بما تعرضية لها
who had assets seized or who benefited from these public monies is included in this legislation.
يستهدف إلى توحيد مسار استرجاع الأموال
The aim of this legislation
والمجتمعات المحلية والمنشآت
is to unify the various routes available to bring together these seized assets so that these may be later used in the benefit of local and national development. Using this national reconciliation process to carry out reconciliation between the parties involved in these economic crimes. The intention is to include these parties in accordance with their socio-economic contexts, always operating with the principle of transparency. The idea is to use these seized assets in sustainable development projects in accordance with local communities and national communities' needs. This is included within the Sustainable Development Goals, making reference to redistribution of resources in accordance with the priorities defined for the most needy to the least needy. There is great importance placed on human capital in the form of local companies or commercial operations in accordance with the legislation currently in force. This law gave the National Commission the role of monitoring and following up on these reconciliation processes, following up on project advancement, and there is a monitoring committee responsible for following up on the implementation of these initiatives. There are commissions responsible for coordinating interinstitutional work carried out in Tunisia. Therefore, the idea is to make criminal reconciliation a pathway to make reparations for local victims, whether these be communities or organizations. This law seeks to repair damages caused by economic crimes, as well as to make reparations for illegal actions and crimes that damage the state, local communities, and other entities during prior decades. And the principle of reparative justice must be implemented. This is a new method for the resources that are the product of these actions so that local communities may enjoy the benefits of these seized assets. It could be said, therefore, that this law is an additional building block to continue to make important advances in transitional justice. Reconciliation was established to reinforce accountability paths and to recover public resources so that we can build a joint path and establish new dynamics to repair the corrupt past seen with previous governments by demanding accountability from responsible parties and demanding that they make reparations to the victims, including the state itself, seeking just reparations in accordance with the scale of the damages caused, and also conducting the necessary trials, paying compensation, or moving forward with national projects, which, of course, will have an impact on victims' prosperity. And so it could be said that the Tunisian legislature is responsible for creating reparations for victims, especially in marginalized regions, including them in a positive equation in which the country might prosper.
So to leave some space. So if I can ask you to wrap up in the next 20 seconds.
Solo un minuto más.
Just one more minute.
Queremos decir que las organizaciones que tratan con las víctimas que se
We would like to say that organizations that work with victims may help with reparations and can transform a negative experience into a positive one. I must say that we must once again be on alert that those who commit crimes may commit this kind of crime again. We must be careful. We must have the appropriate procedures and processes in place to ensure that we are effective in providing benefits to victims and also ensure that we avoid cases of recidivism. Thank you very much to you all.
Late. And of course, we'll be delighted to have your company as long as you can, because we know that the time is running, particularly it's late afternoon or evening for you. So finally, Mrs. Londonio, thank you very much for allowing me this detour. But I just want to go back to the two key words that transpired from Ana Manuela's intervention: synergies and complementarities, which are very much the principles, right? The biggest guiding principles of transitional justice projects. Every single project and program and process has a role, and they all contribute. Not a single one is definitive and resolutive, right? So having said that, as the representative of an incredibly important institution in Colombia in the post-conflict situation, the institution that carries the name of reparation for victims, how do you see in practice these needed synergies, complementarity, coordination? Because it cannot, I mean, with all the professionalism and commitment that you can show, it cannot be the single institution burden and responsibility to arrive to a, so please.
Buenas tardes.
Thank you very much. First off, I would like to thank the ICTJ for this invitation and for giving us this opportunity to have this Africa-Colombian dialogue. Here we are dealing with a complex context because we are making reparations in the midst of continuing conflict. We have more than 50 years of armed conflict behind us, but currently on the sole victims registry, we have more than 9 million victims registered, a significant percentage of the Colombian population, a significant proportion of all Colombians. And of all women in Colombia, 18% of all Colombian women have been victims of the armed conflict. This is also an alarming figure. And our ethnic peoples, while on the sole victims registry, there is what seems to be a low occurrence of ethnic victims. We do have more than 900 collective subjects of reparations, and more than 70% of those groups that have received reparations or are marked for reparations are Afro-descended or indigenous peoples, including the Rom peoples. So we are talking about an armed conflict that has had a differential impact on our different territories and has had a differential impact on women, on ethnic peoples. And as part of our mandate in the victims unit, as part of its reparations mandate enshrined in Law 1448 of 2011 and an additional law in 2011 which makes reference to ethnic group reparations. And here a key role was played by the magistrate who joined us earlier. There is reference made to specific damages suffered by ethnic peoples and the sheer scope and dimension of the damages suffered, and also to how reparations should be made. In more than 10 years of the implementation of the victims' law, of course, there have been adjustments made and transformations have occurred. We have had to make adjustments in our state institutions, and in 2016, the signing of the peace agreement with the FARC included, and this was proposed by victims themselves, a legislative initiative to harmonize the victims' law of 2011 with the advances that had been made in the peace agreement and the creation and coordination with different institutions in the comprehensive justice system, as well as the disappeared person search unit. We are promoting this via a legislative initiative to harmonize these processes, but beyond the initiative, beyond the legislative initiative, in the National Development Plan, there is a proposed element here that makes specific reference to victims. The development plan has specific measures and reparative mechanisms, and this development plan recognizes advances that have been made in policy, but also delays. The Constitutional Court in 2004 declared that several acts being carried out by the state were unconstitutional when it came to those who were displaced by the armed conflict. This morning, I believe you spoke about this matter. The Constitutional Court maintains that the inconstitutionality of these actions continues. Victims of forced displacement cannot effectively enjoy their rights. And the Commission on the Monitoring of the Victims' Law also identifies that there are some delays or shortfalls in public policy to engage with these issues. And there are synergies and a coming together of various actions that must be taken. One important component is that victims must be on the national agenda. We must guarantee victims' rights. This is not the responsibility only of institutions that work directly with victims or of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace or of the victims' working groups or victims' organizations. It is absolutely essential that as a country we be able to have a debate about this matter. President Gustavo Petro proposed that this year on April 9th, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, we have more than 9 million victims on our registry, and we have compensated around 1.3 million victims. However, there are more than 6 million victims still pending the receipt of compensations. The resources that we have for compensation and for reparations are insufficient. Despite the efforts that we make, there is a need to find more resources. And an effort is being made by the current government. But it's very important that this be on the national agenda. And we have a special vertical that we are working on with the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. And we have also proposed a process before Congress for comprehensive services or to be given to victims, and also when it comes to dealing with people presumed to be disappeared, and also in accordance with recommendations by the Truth Clarification Committee, there are some matters that must be engaged with specifically by the Victims Unit. In this development plan and in what we are working on in the Victims Unit, headed up by Patriciata Monjagari, is the territorial approach, which should be included in public policy related to victims. That might sound obvious. However, there's a tendency when you talk about a centralized government. Here in Bogota, we formulate policies, but then in each territory, the conflict differs. There have been differential impacts, and therefore the implementation of this policy in each area must be differential. At the Victims Unit, we are working internally on an integrated territorial model that will enable us to arrive at these synergies with state entities, because part of the diagnosis that we have made in the years that we've been in operation and that we have heard from victims. What we have seen is that oftentimes institutions arrive in a scattered fashion to territories. They come along with their institutional offerings almost without paying attention to the local reality. And so we want to look at how we can truly contribute to territorial or regional development. And if we work in a cooperative fashion, then we can have a much greater impact on local development. Oftentimes, state entities come along with the very same offerings, or they propose actions that really have nothing to do with the local area. For example, seeds that are not planted in the area where they are visiting. And so, therefore, the subjects of collective reparations must be included. The peace agreement suggests territorially a differential territorial focus with different strategies. And in this sense, we are working with multiple state entities so that we can prioritize specific zones in the country and work together interinstitutionally to coordinate our offerings. This is very complex in the more than 10 years that the victims' law has been in force. It has been a constant struggle for everyone to understand that it is not only the victims' unit that is responsible for the implementation of the victims' law. More than 20% of the Colombian population has been victim to the armed conflict, and therefore every entity will have to deal with victims and the victims' law. Here we are looking, for example, at building schools, and there are children who have been victims, and they need a differential focus. And in this social policy, we must include these differential victims. And so we are working to look at how entities and how to work with multiple entities in these areas. And we also have administrative reparations, which face certain challenges. We have to strengthen collective reparations mechanisms. As I said, we have more than 900 subjects of collective reparations. Nonetheless, in the last 10 years during which this policy has existed, only 54 collective reparation plans have been implemented, and our plan is to implement 300 collective reparations plans and create 450 collective reparation plans, which of course is a huge effort, but is also a debt that we owe to our society as an institution. This is the debt that we owe to our victims, and we must make advancements here. And that we have the greatest delay. This is a constitutional right, or additionally, we must think of different measures to be taken by government institutions. So there are many options available in our government institutions, but everything is very scattered, and we don't have a unified effort to establish stable sources of income for our victims. And in this sense, we have to advance in our public policy and ensure that sustainable development agendas as well as the humanitarian agenda not compete with one another, but rather that we find a common ground so that we can bring together humanitarian cause with a sustainable development cause. And accordingly, we are also moving forward with these actions via a durable solutions plan, which includes measures to be taken in the short, medium, and long term. And this, of course, goes beyond the mandate of the current government administration, but the idea is to come to synergies with other victims' organizations, other victims' working groups, other entities, as well as the private sector, which in many cases is somewhat removed from these agendas, but we have to find a way to connect them. And we must also look for other actors and stakeholders in the international community so that this not be only a short-term agenda or one that belongs to only one entity, but rather be a multi-entity effort as well as a national effort and an effort to look for durable solutions for victims of the armed conflict, particularly for the population of displaced peoples, giving them the right to return and reintegrate locally. And accordingly, we are working on this comprehensive plan with a territorial approach, which will enable us to advance amongst rural and urban communities, looking at social integration. This has been somewhat neglected, in this case by the victims unit, because we have looked at the matter of return, and here we need to look at how to work with communities in our cities, because these are communities that have lived in cities for a long time now, but they are living in poverty. Many of these victims, or many of these individuals, more than 80% of victims of the armed conflict are also victims of forced displacement, and more than 20% of them, more than 50% of them are living in poverty. And so it is important that we continue to advance with public policy and social policy, and accordingly, it is absolutely fundamental that we complement these processes with different synergies and joint planning at an interinstitutional level, so that we can also focus on specific territories and be much more integrated in offering reparations to victims.
Thank you, Sonia, if you allow me. Also for covering the second question that I had for you, given the large majority of victimization through forced displacement. That was the second question that I meant to ask you. This terminology of durable solution, which is very developmental based, or oriented, and so the link there on how to develop the territory for a durable solution and return. So thank you very much for covering so comprehensively all the aspects that I meant to raise. I would like to come to Marianne, my dear Marianne, and Marianne, who has been at the forefront of our efforts in Uganda. A situation dramatically different from what we have seen so far, a context where criminal proceedings were, for a long time, almost solely carried out by the international efforts, with very controversial prosecutorial decision. And then the attempt to implement the so-called positive complementarity with the Rome Statute and the establishment of the International Criminal Division at the appeal court of the appeal level of Ugandan jurisdiction. Now, very emblematic, dramatic, extremely symbolic proceedings were carried out both at the ICC and still one, unfortunately, at the ICD. And ICTJ has been very engaged in amplifying the impact and the reparative effect of these proceedings that involve certainly very few perpetrators and an endless number of victims. So, Marianne, I'm just asking you to share with us your personal experience as representative of our program in Uganda, how much it takes and how much were we able collectively to achieve a sense of reparation for victims.
Thank you, Ana Miriam. Buenas tardes. That's as much Spanish as I've picked up so far. It's a pleasure to be here. I bring greetings from Uganda. And I'm glad to be on a panel with these very esteemed ladies. It's been a really amazing day of learning about the different experiences and contexts within Colombia and Tunisia and the Gambia as well. and seeing both the similarities and the differences in the ways that the different societies have approached repairing systematic violations of human rights. I think it would be important to also provide a brief background about the conflict in Uganda, because some people might not be familiar with it. So Uganda actually has a pretty long history of cycles of violence ever since our independence. We've gone through various cycles of violence that have impacted different regions of the country for various reasons. But of course, the most protracted and the most well-known is the one that involved the Lord's Resistance Army and the current government, which is a conflict that went on for over 20 years until around 2006, when the government and the Lord's Resistance Army held peace talks. And out of that, we had the Juba Peace Agreements, which essentially birthed this modern version of transitional justice that we speak about in Uganda, because it was as a result of the conversations and the agreements that this idea of awarding both collective and individual reparations was discussed and later cemented. It was as a result of these conversations that the establishment of a court to try perpetrators locally instead of at an international court was first discussed. And as a result, we have the International Crimes Division, which Anna Miriam mentioned. And it was also as a result of those discussions that the idea of having gender-sensitive reparations was also cemented. So after all those processes, we then had the government passed the National Transitional Justice Policy, which is the framework that sort of outlines the transitional justice processes within the country. But going back to the question about complementarity and judicial processes of trying to get reparative solutions for victims. So we currently have two judicial processes ongoing. The most famous and the one that most people might be familiar with is the one involving Dominic Ongwen, who was tried by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. And he, of course, was abducted as a young child, rose up in the ranks of the LRA, and then subsequently also participated in the commission of various atrocities against citizens. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced. And this process took about 5 years, was completed, and we're now in the reparations phase of the process. So the court is now trying to determine the types of reparations that will be provided to whom, the identification of victims. And these are all processes that ICTJ has been part of. And especially working in consultation with many of the actors who we work with, who are members of survivor networks, victims organizations. One of the processes that we're most proud to have been able to do throughout the course of the trial itself is supporting outreach and information awareness. I mean, one of the key issues we've been talking about today is victims' participation, how do victims participate? And in this case, you have a trial that's taking place thousands of miles away with victims in Uganda, many of them in rural settings. So how do you ensure their active participation in these processes? One of the ways is ensuring that they actually are aware of what's going on, what information is being provided, what is the court doing. So together with the ICC Outreach Office and other partners, we would organize information and awareness sessions, go to the case locations, have discussions with victims, clarify any issues, because we all know that some of these legal processes can be very complex, and often you have a lot of misinformation. So it's important when you have people who can provide clarity to those processes. We also support processes, and this is also through radio discussions, having forums. Some partners were able to have many of the court sessions televised. And this was all very important in helping many of the victims to actually see this in process. I remember the very first, when Dominic Ongwen appeared in court for the first time, and that session was televised, you know, members of the community being shocked at seeing him and seeing his current situation. Of course, one of the outcomes of that was that, you know, many of the victims who are still living in abject poverty, who have not had any access to any sort of support or reparations, then saw this guy who was looking healthy, in a suit, looking good, and then said, you know, but he looks better than me, so who's the one who's on trial, and who's the real victim here? So all those already bring discussions that then, you know, you have to talk about processes within the international legal regime and why he's at the ICC and why he's in a prison where they ensure that he has access to a gym and to good food, you know, and of course people are then comparing that to their situation. So it's also important in addressing some of those issues, because these are discussions that people and communities are then having among themselves. And unless you have people coming out and, you know, verifying some of them, it perpetrates a lot of, as I mentioned, misinformation and also some of the expectations then that people have that, well, then perhaps once this process is completed, I will also look like him and have similar resources to what he appears to have. And then one of the processes we also participated in, and one of the things we have to commend the court for is when they began the reparations process, is they provided an opportunity to civil society organizations and victims groups to, you know, share their expertise on what kind of reparations they think would be most effective and most needed by victims. And so organizations were able to use their experiences working with victims, speak to victims directly. Victims organizations themselves were able to provide this kind of information to the court. But of course, as usual, these processes can be complex and complicated. So because ICTJ has been working with many of these organizations over the years, many of them would reach out and say, well, we want to participate in this, but we're not entirely clear how to do this. And because of the relationships that we have with the court as well, we were able to facilitate information sessions where the registry provided more information on how these organizations could submit you know, this information and participate in the process. And we're glad to know that many of the victims organizations that we work with were able to, you know, participate in this process and share information that they get directly from the victims, not just as, you know, part of desk reviews that, you know, which is what often happens, but bringing real, tangible information and requests from victims themselves. And that also is a lesson that we're hoping that will be translated to the other situation that's going on in the other case that's going on in Uganda, which is the one involving Thomas Coelho. And his is, you know, when we're talking about complementarity, and of course, the ICC is supposed to be the court of last resort. And so as a means of ensuring that the state itself would be able to try these cases, Uganda domesticated the Rome Statute and then set up the International Crimes Division, which is now mandated to try war crimes and crimes against humanity. And Thomas Coelho was the first person who was tried before this court. But, you know, in comparison to the Ongwen case, which, as I mentioned, this process, within 5 years, he had been tried and convicted and we're at a reparative phase. Coelho was actually abducted in 2009, so it's been 14 years, and his case is still ongoing. He has not yet been sentenced, he's still on trial. And as organizations, one of the things we've been doing is trying to ensure that the court realizes that even as a perpetrator, he also has the right to like a speedy and fair trial, and that the lengthening of this process is also an infringement of his rights. The responses that we've gotten back is that, of course, the courts are also constrained by issues of resourcing, which is also another area where you can compare the situation at the ICC and the ICD, because the High Court in Uganda says, well, you know, we have to wait for funds from the government, and then there are lots of adjournments. And we also know that what happens within the courts in Uganda is judges are assigned to specific courts, and then sometimes after maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years, they're transferred to other courts. And what happened in the past is that you'd have judges come in, and because this is really a new area of focus for the judiciary, they needed a lot of training and capacity building, and that's an area where ICTJ, together with other partners, really supported the courts in ensuring that experts were able to come in, train these judges. The judges were able to have visits to other courts to really understand how these processes happened. But this was not a sustainable solution, because we realized that after 3 years, the same judges that you've trained were then transferred to other courts, and you'd have to start the process all over again. And yet, you know, we all know that resources are limited. So one of the solutions that we came up with is the development of the judicial bench book on the adjudication of international crimes, so that there's a resource for not only for the judges, but also for other judicial officers to be able to refer to during these processes, and also as a way of ensuring that the cases are able to move on speedily, because one of the reasons for the delays is that you'd have new judges who would come in and then say, well, we need time to acquaint ourselves with these issues, with the cases. And the JBB was eventually handed over to the judiciary, who already acknowledged that they're using this book in their processes. But going back to the question about the ability of these processes to provide a reparative element to victims, I think, as you mentioned, one of the key issues is that only some of the victims of the conflict are parties to these processes, or are like both direct and indirect victims of Thomas Coelho and Dominic Ongwen, which means that those people who are not, who are still victims of the conflict with the LRA, would not receive any reparations from emanating from these cases. And so you have a situation where you might have two neighbors who both suffered violations during the conflict, and one is able to receive some reparative element from the court, and the other is not, simply because of perhaps the location where they were when these violations happened. And of course, the possible outcome of this is that you're going to have a lot of conflict within communities. And so one of the things that we're working on is trying to ensure that the courts are aware of these different dynamics, and trying to find ways of managing these very real realities of what could be the possible outcomes of, what on paper looks like a great situation where at least some of the victims will receive some sort of repair via the courts, but you also have to realize that they're situated within a context of larger poverty and inequality, and that has to be taken into consideration. And even in our discussions that we've had previously with victims, especially victims of sexual and gender-based violence, there are other considerations that have to be taken into place. How do you undertake some of those processes while still maintaining confidentiality? Some of the women we spoke to said, nobody in my family knows that I underwent these violations. So I'm entitled to reparations, and I want to receive reparations, but it has to be done in a way that, I don't, like, nobody else has to know that this happened to me. And so these are all issues that have to be taken into consideration. And sorry, I've lost my my train of thought. Also regarding the reparative elements, even in those discussions, we asked, well, what forms of reparations do people feel would be most meaningful to them? And the issue of compensation came up. That one, I think, seems to largely be the same across the board, where people said, at least if we're provided with compensation, that allows us to prioritize for ourselves what we think is important and how we're going to use those resources to better our lives. Some people said they would put that towards a business, which they could then use to support their families or educate their children. Then, so that was the primary form of compensation that many of the victims said they would want. Then some people said education for their children, because for many of the victims, they say meaningful justice for them is knowing that their children don't have to go through the same violations that they went through. And they see their children as a means to a better future, not just for the children, but for the family as well. And especially speaking to the women, as we know, within the kind of societies where we live, women do not have easy access to land, for example. Land is generally transferred through, women have access to land either through their fathers or their husbands. And in a context where you're having people being stigmatized and discriminated against by families, being chased off lands, which they should really have access to, they're having to find alternative ways of surviving. And they say, well, if my child went to school, went to university, got a job, and was able to buy land, then it wouldn't even matter that, for example, the community is chasing me off my land, because I would then have paid for and have ownership of this land, which no one can then take away from me. The other aspect was medical and psychological support. I think my colleagues earlier, Sylvia and Angela, both highlighted that medical needs are some of the areas where there's not been as much concentration and support, and yet it's a very critical one for most of the victims. Because of injury, some people are unable to work to support themselves. Many of the people reported having psychological issues that affect their ability to cope and live within the society. And these are all areas that have not been fully addressed. And the ability of judicial reparations to do this is fairly limited. And that's where one of the things we're advocating for is having a government program that specifically addresses the needs of victims. And these are conversations we keep having with government, that you cannot leave the outcomes of these processes to other entities to come and deal with. The government has the primary obligation to support and address the needs of its citizens. And while the government has put in place some development programs, for example, we have the Peace and Recovery Program, many of them have largely been focused on infrastructure development, but have not dealt with what somebody calls these software issues, the healing and rebuilding of relations within communities, and ensuring that victims have, primary access to some of these opportunities and programs that are available. So, in a nutshell, court processes are absolutely important and critical to providing reparative support, but they alone will not be sufficient for addressing the multitude and varied needs of not only the victims, but communities which they also were impacted by the conflict. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Yeah, it's a daunting task, and I'm always humbled to hear our Uganda colleagues speak, because I know what type of care it takes to just advance of a single inch in that environment. But there were things that I, stick in my mind, like the alleged lack of resources to advance the criminal proceedings, the limited capacity of the judges, the lack of medical services still affecting large number of population. These are development priorities by definition that could be easily included and promoted with a reparative lens. So thank you very much. I will have tons of questions follow up, but more importantly, we have some questions from the audience. So if you allow me, Ana Manuela, we have been asked how, in your opinion, can the Special Jurisdiction for Peace improve its articulation, I read coordination, right, with the government to implement, and this was the part of my follow-up questions actually, to implement the TOAR, the reparative works. I mean, those projects whereby reintegrated members of FARC were asked to participate as part of their reintegration, and that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace in the reparative elements of the decision, I understand, should also consider. So will this new articulation mechanism created by the development plan be enough?
Ahora sí? Sí.
That is quite a complex question. And I think that this is a question that demands that we first understand that we have to have a mindset shift amongst the judges for this to occur. As judges, we are accustomed to giving orders and that the executive branch then fulfill this. But this idea of an executive decision does not exist in these justice systems. This has been a true learning process. We've had to understand and work on this idea in order to achieve coordination or articulation with the national government, because the decisions made in the Special Jurisdiction for Peace cannot later simply be sentences that are left floating in the air for the executive branch to decide whether or not to implement them or not. So we've had to change our mindset as judges, and additionally, we have had spaces with the government in which the executive branch, where ministers say to us, give us the orders, pass the sentences, and we will make sure that they are executed. And then we have to explain to them, is that no, we want you to understand how this works. We want to come to agreements in advance with regards to coordination, so that this doesn't end up just being fine print. So that's the first thing that I wanted to say with regards to our experience in coordinating with the national government. I believe, and this is my personal opinion, that the mechanism alone will not be sufficient. I believe that we will need to turn to the figure of judicial orders to ensure that these sanctions have specific conditions attached to their fulfillment. We have been working on implementing these decisions in the Special Jurisdiction for Peace for 5 years now, in dialogue with the government. And we've been seeking this coordination, but to date, we do not have concrete projects that will enable us to have the appearing parties or defendants make a true contribution to reparations. So I think that the mechanism in itself is fine, and I think that there are provisions in the National Development Plan that are also helpful, but I think we will also need to turn to judicial orders in order to fulfill this mandate that we have been given, because here we must investigate, judge, and place sanctions upon those responsible for these crimes.
Honesty is absolutely essential in recognizing where we are and what remains to be done. Sonia, the other question is actually for you. Which processes does the victims unit undertake after an economic reparation is delivered, I understand, to guarantee the stability of the process. And I hope you understand better than me exactly what it meant, I'm sure you do.
Bueno,
one of the measures most called for are these economic reparations or this economic compensation. Nonetheless, this is not sufficient, as economic reparations does not guarantee socioeconomic stability, nor does it guarantee access to rights. It is only one reparations measure, and it must be accompanied by others. And this is one of the hugest challenges that we have in public policy for victims, because we are talking about reparations measures in the Colombian context in which victims live in poverty. It is a measure which in other contexts, for example, Europe or in other countries, victims have access to rights, education, and health guaranteed. And therefore, economic reparations represent the possibility to re-roof the house or pay some outstanding debts. But of course, economic compensation does not guarantee total reparations. Then we have another mechanism for collective reparations and the right to return and relocation. So the sustainability of these measures and how they endure over time are included. I've worked a lot on return and relocation processes, and here we have tried to look at approaches and perspectives to ensure that these are truly durable solutions. Because return may be a specific measure for victims to return to their territory. However, if there are no local health services, if there are no access roads, if there's no educational facility, if there's no land available for them to plant their crops, then returning to the territory means nothing. Government entities, whether this be the victims unit or others, give, let's say, seeds to victims who return to their land, but then there's no way for them to take their products to market. Therefore, there's no true sustainability of return and no stable income. And so that is why we are analyzing what has been done to take lessons learned into account and look at what has been done well and what has worked, so that we can truly identify how victims' return and relocation processes can be successful. There has been a focus on specific measures, for example, victims returning to their land, but a failure to guarantee the necessary conditions for long-lasting sustainability. And this must, of course, be connected to socioeconomic stabilization or stable sources of income. This requires coordination with several entities, and it represents also a coordination challenge when it comes to working with local governments, mayors' offices, and other local groups, because there is co-responsibility for these return and relocation actions. It's not only the responsibility of the victims unit. For example, local governments must guarantee access to local education or other basic services along with the national government. And so here we are also looking at the matter of internal coordination within the victims unit to ensure that these processes include an internal procedure to guarantee income generation and to look at how to make these solutions truly long-lasting. In the last 10 years, there was a sentence passed 1023, and there have been many orders or decisions passed by the court, many reports produced by government entities, but the court itself has reflected on the need to stop and say, look, it's not about how many billions of pesos we have invested to be able to say that victims have their access to rights ensured, they've been paid compensation, or that they have housing, etc. We are currently engaged in this process with the court, but we want to see what has worked and what has not, and how we might be able to make changes in these service routes, and looking also at an internal regulations for return and relocation, looking at a local focus so that we might continue to move forward and not have a handout-based policy, but rather move forward to a sustainable and long-lasting solution policy.
I have to say, just hearing you speak, though, makes us hopeful. So, honestly, it's very inspiring. I mean, taking note of the big challenges, but the amount of work and the thinking behind the different complexities is the best we can hope for, right? So there is another question that actually was directed at Mr. Abbes, and who is not with us anymore because it was late night in Tunisia. I'll say just a few words on the basis of my knowledge and SAWA under the supervision of SAWA. So the question was, were victims consulted in determining priorities and needs in terms of reparation? Well, the biggest work, for sure, was done through and in parallel with the Truth and Dignity Commission, which included a subcommittee on reparation that had the responsibility to formulate those priorities in consultation with victims. Regrettably, the work of the Truth and Dignity Commission was not smooth. There was an objective problem in incorporating different victims' vision on needs, expectations, and reparative priorities. And therefore, its final report, which contains an analysis of the reparation needs and recommendations for reparations, doesn't have a cohesive chapter on reparation, but these analyses and findings are spread throughout the report, which is, a legitimate choice that the Truth Commission can make, but it certainly makes it a little bit even more difficult for victims that do not have that access and ability to digest these type of complex documents to, latch on the recommendations that relate to them. So at the moment, as far as I know, and I'm looking at our colleagues here in the front row, there isn't a reparation program in Tunisia that meets the requirement of a governmental administrative program complementary to any other efforts for reparation. There isn't. There is a lot of debate. The Dignity Fund that was supposed to be established even before the conclusion of the work of the Truth and Dignity Commission, as of yet, is not active, right? And was the source of a huge social and political controversy. So, the consultation, happened, maybe not systematically, certainly not harmoniously during the work of the Truth Commission. And many organizations like ours tried to fill the gap of this distance between the transitional justice institution by definition, which was the Truth and Dignity Commission, and the work and advocacy of victims groups. When it comes, the second part of the question is even more interesting. So how does the design of collective reparation interact with development programs? Well, when it comes to Tunisia, we are in front of a big contradiction. Because on one hand, as you have heard since this morning, the conceptualization of the remedy of the violations had, since the beginning, a collective economic base. It was not only the political right of being illegally detained, tortured, sexually abused because I am a woman of faith. It was a corrupted, co-opted state that benefited the elite. And so this philosophy was very present in the spirit of the revolution first and the transition. You would assume, therefore, that policies, public policies, that followed and accompanied the transitions incorporated this vision, which is unfortunately not what happened. And the economic crisis that Tunisia is still, unfortunately, captured by, recurrently is being addressed through international intervention by international financial institutions that apply development policies, which apply very rigid criteria to give financial assistance in a very, what we call, liberal economic model, where solidarity and reparation and development of marginalized regions doesn't appear. It didn't appear during the different phases of the dictatorship. It continues not to appear now. So we continue working. We have two eminent representatives of the resistance, not resilience only, the resistance of victims. And, but this is regrettably the state of affair. And with that, unless there are some other comments you want to intervene, last chance before we wrap it up. Ana Manuela, anything else? No? Sonia, thank you very much. It was lovely seeing you. I then ask Maria Camilla, who is my boss here in Bogota, to conclude and... are you okay? Please, give you even the chair.
No, pueden quedarse ahí. O ya.
No, please feel free to stay up on stage. I believe this has been a very productive session. Of course, the idea behind these seminars or events that we promote from the ICTJ is to break down barriers between topics. The idea is to talk about novel approaches and break out of the same cyclical conversations we've been having about reparations and compensation for decades now. The idea is to share distinct perspectives so that we can continue to advance. Of course, taking into account current contexts and challenges. We are constantly being challenged. And we are being forced to think outside the box, as we say in English. Colombia has a lot to learn. I said that this morning in my introduction. We have a great deal to learn from other experiences. And when we are so immersed in our own reality, we lose sight of the other contexts. We can't see the forest for the trees. And so here, it is fantastic to hear these diverse perspectives. And I think this also creates enormous generosity in many many different parts of the world because we all have the desire to share our experiences. And that's what we have seen here today with our colleagues from Tunisia, from Uganda, from the Gambia. And they have also lived through very complex situations. As we just heard, one of most discussed, well-known and studied decisions was that passed at the ICC against Owen. And in Colombia, that has really resonated. That has forced us to think, Ana Manuela, about forced recruitment, sexual violence, the responsibility of commanders, and these have been fundamental matters. And this was, in fact, taken into account for the design of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. Experiences from organizations as important as those that have joined us here today from Uganda and Tunisia, and the sharing of their insights that are the result of their practical experience and how they have confronted the complexity of the legacy of grave human rights violations after extremely long armed conflicts and violences that have left deep wounds in these societies is very valuable for us in our context. But additionally, as I said this morning, Colombia also has a lot to offer the world. For all of us here, I believe it is a source of great satisfaction to see that there is increasing interest from other countries who come from contexts very different to ours. But other countries are very interested to see how these models that we are designing in Colombia and how these experiences in ensuring an integrated operation of transitional justice and reparations for 9 million victims is working. Because this may be very useful for other societies, for other countries that are also searching for alternatives and solutions to deal with the legacies of their pasts. So this has been a very fruitful day. I hope that you all feel the same. I would just like to close by thanking you all for being here. These panels, today's sessions, have been recorded. They will be streamed in English, Spanish, and Arabic for our colleagues from the Arabic-speaking world. And so we hope that we can continue to truly benefit from these reflections. Thank you once again, and have an excellent afternoon.